Today's hearing is on docket number 06. I missed some stuff. Sorry about that. My name is Brian Worrell, District 4 City Councilor, and I am Chair of the Boston City Council Committee on Ways and Means. Today is May 29th, 2024. This hearing is being recorded. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov /city-council-TV and broadcast on Xfinity Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, BIOS Channel 964. The Council's budget review process will encompass a series of public hearings beginning in April and running through June. We strongly encourage residents to take a moment to engage in this process by giving testimony for the record. You can do this in several ways. 1, attend one of our hearings and give public testimony. We will take public testimony at the end of each departmental hearing and also at our next hearing dedicated to public testimony, which will be held on Tuesday, May 22nd at 6 p.m. The full hearing schedule is on our website at boston.gov /council-budget. You can give testimony in person here in the chamber or virtually via Zoom. For in-person testimony, please come to the chamber and sign up on the sheet near the entrance. For virtual testimony, you can sign up using our online form on our Council Budget Review website or by emailing the committee at ccc.wm@boston.gov. When you are called to testify, please state your name and affiliation or residence and limit your comments to a few minutes to ensure that all comments and concerns can be heard. 2, you can email your written testimony to the committee at ccc.wm@boston.gov. Or 3, you can submit a 2-minute video of your testimony through the form on our website. For more information on the City Council budget process and how to testify, please visit the City Council's budget website at boston.gov /council-budget. Today's hearing is on dockets number 0670 through 0672. Orders for the FY25 operating budget, including annual appropriations for departmental operations for the school department and for other post-employment benefits. Dockets number 0673 through 0675. Orders for capital fund transfer appropriations. Docket number 0676 through 0678. Orders for the capital budget, including loan orders and lease purchase agreements. These matters were sponsored by Mayor Michelle Wu and referred to the committee on April 10th. And I just need 1 minute, guys. The focus of this hearing will be to discuss the FY25 budget for Boston Public Schools and will highlight inclusion, ESL, special education services, and universal pre-K. Today, I'm joined by my colleagues in order of arrival: Councilor Flynn, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Santana, Councilor Pepin, who is also the Vice Chair of the committee, Councilor Braden, Councilor Coletta, Councilor Durkins, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, Councilor Mejia. I'd like to now introduce today's panelists testifying on behalf of the administration: Superintendent of Boston Public Schools, Superintendent Skipper; Chief of Specialized Services of Boston Public Schools, Chief Seal; Chief of Office of Multicultural and Multilingual Education for Boston Public Schools, Chief Gamrier, and Interim Chief Financial Officer of Boston Public Schools, CFO Bloom, and Director, the director's up there. I'll now turn it over. Oh, sorry. And I also want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilor Fitzgerald. I'll now like to turn it over to the administration for their presentation.
Wonderful. So thank you, Ways and Means Chair, Councilor Worrell, and to Vice Chair Pepin, thank you very much, and the entire City Council for the invitation here and your ongoing collaboration. Building a budget is a public process that requires the input of many stakeholders. We incorporate the voices of our students and parents, school communities, and partners. And while we always consider the feedback of elected officials, this year was a little different. Councilor Worrell reached out to us early in the process to share the priorities of this City Council. We engaged in a successful working session on March 14th and held several follow-up meetings and conversations with the City Council members. We appreciate this transparency and cooperation. BPS is carefully and deliberately building the foundation of a district that meets the unique needs of every student in every school, no matter how they learn, the language they speak, or what neighborhood they call home. You represent our students, our families, and the communities they live in. We appreciate your efforts to advocate for their needs. We are listening, and we look forward to collaborating with you over the coming weeks. I'd like to take a moment, actually I don't need to because Councilor Worrell introduced everyone, but the team here is the team that will be here to answer questions in this first hearing. Fabulous team, very passionate, very knowledgeable. Today we are here to discuss our academic initiatives and investments, including inclusive education, English language learners, special education, and universal pre-K. My team will be back to discuss operations and engagement at additional hearings later this month and then in May. The BPS finance team, in cooperation with departments and divisions in schools across the district, created a balanced budget that is a reflection of our values and our commitments to serving every BPS student. The approach we took for the FY25 budget is different from the past few years, and you'll hear those details shortly. While we know that we are not yet where we need to be, this budget is an important step to shifting our current practices and the work so that we can deliver for our students. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Continuous progress must be the measure of success. We cannot change the past, but we can acknowledge it and impact the future. Before we dive into the details, I wanted to take a moment to ground this presentation in the vision we have for all students. We want all BPS students to have a strong academic foundation, a community and resources that support them and their families, and many opportunities to explore their passions through art, music, athletics, debate, and so much more. This must be our focus and what we continue to strive for. There are many things to celebrate about our district and examples every day of how we are improving and making the changes that have been long overdue for our students. But we still have a long way to go to become the district we strive to be, a district that meets the unique needs of all students, particularly our Black and Brown students, our students with disabilities, and our multilingual learners with and without disabilities. This budget is a big step to getting us there. As you know, the Boston School Committee voted to approve the $1.5 billion BPS FY25 budget on March 27th after 2 months of public hearings and meetings. When we started the FY25 budget process with our preliminary presentation to the school committee on February 7th, I shared that we were at the starting line and that there was much work to transform into a district that provides every student with what we're calling the high-quality student experience. If we're going to realize this vision, then we must lay a strong foundation that we can build on over the next several years. We are at the starting line. In my first year as superintendent, we learned a lot and took a hard look at our reality. And the reality is we are not meeting the needs of all of our students. We need to improve in areas such as mental health and social emotional supports, alternative education, school-based resources, our pipeline staffing strategies, transition supports for schools relocating or going through structural changes, and our efforts with restorative justice. The BPS FY25 budget helps us take steps to becoming that district. It supports a fundamental shift in our practice through the district-wide implementation of inclusive education while balancing the end of pandemic relief funding, or ESSER. And that's a very difficult balance given what ESSER funding meant to our schools and central office. The FY25 budget is the first year of many that prioritizes the work differently than the past. Over the next several years, we will move away from the weighted student funding that no longer adequately funds our schools. We will close opportunity gaps for our Black and Brown students and provide a continuum of services to meet the needs of our students with disabilities and our multilingual learners. We will work to increase student choice by ensuring all schools offer the programs and services that students need closer to the neighborhoods they call home, and begin shifting the footprint of our schools so that our physical spaces better support the learning and experiences that our students deserve. This budget also creates an important bridge from ESSER and the long-used weighted student formula to one that will allow us to build toward a reimagining school funding future. This work is challenging. The inclusive education plan and our long-term facilities plan will require multiple years of hard and sustained work. And over those years, we will need to make difficult decisions that have been avoided for decades. The anticipated end of ESSER in September of 2024 makes the FY25 budget one of the most difficult in decades. That's why we began carefully preparing for that transition in FY24. We started by having schools step down and move ESSER-funded investments to the general fund that they plan to continue in future years. We asked schools to look at everything funded on Hold Harmless and ESSER and identify what was most essential to keep. We invested $15 million to sustain those investments beyond ESSER with a focus on supports for students with disabilities and multilingual learners. We also invested $4 million to support schools that have seen enrollment increases since the beginning of the pandemic. In many cases, schools that had had the opportunity to choose whether to use these funds to sustain positions and expenses that were funded on ESSER. And we took a number of steps this year to sustain what was critical and what worked well with ESSER that was budgeted centrally, especially those things that directly impact schools and student services. Thanks to the support of Mayor Wu, this budget reflects a historic $81 million investment from the city. This includes both general maintenance and priority investments like inclusive education, support for our multilingual learners, universal pre-K programming, and early college and career at our high schools. I want to thank the mayor and the city for continuing to make historic investments so that we can change and improve the way we are serving students. This year, many other districts in our state and nation are facing really tough budgets because they do not have the same support we have here. Rather than announce any investment or increase, many districts are facing only incredibly large reductions. In closing, creating an equitable, fiscally sound budget is one of our biggest responsibilities we have as a school district, and I have as a superintendent. This is the beginning of the transformative change that Boston students need and deserve. I look forward to working with you to deliver that for our students. Thank you again for having me here today. I'll look forward to the questions at the conclusion of the presentation. And at this point, I'll turn it back to our Chief Financial Officer, David Bloom.
Good afternoon, counselors. Our main focus in our FY25 budget is the investment we are making to implement the first year of our plan for inclusive education. In order to better serve our students, we must start by understanding and maximizing what we have. We have already made tremendous investments in the support our students need: social workers, family liaison, ESL services, and special education, for example. But adding staff by itself doesn't immediately correlate to stronger outcomes for students. We also must invest in capacity building for our current staff through quality, PD, and skill building. We must invest in additional programs to support our educators as they add additional licenses, certifications, and knowledge. This has been a big part of our work in this current year and will continue to be in the future. Last year, we had a total of $15 million in the current year budget to support the plan that was done for this year. FY24 was mainly focused on the formation of inclusion planning teams. Each school is starting this work from a different place and required different resources. You'll hear a little bit more from Chief Seal in a few minutes about our process for determining those resources by first starting with an understanding of what schools already have. For FY25, we're building on that $15 million and adding an additional $20 million to begin phasing in the programmatic changes by certain grades as the Council of Great City Schools report recommended. For special education, we'll start with implementing programmatic changes in grades K1, K2, and 7th and 9th. For our multilingual learners, we're implementing programmatic changes at the K1 and K2 grade levels. These programmatic changes will continue in additional grade levels in future years, but I do want to be clear that the work we're doing around implementing high-quality instructional materials, equitable literacy, and access to grade-level instruction is happening across all grade levels. A critical part of our planning this year was listening to different stakeholders. We've been making adjustments along the way based on their feedback, particularly for our multilingual plans. As you can see in this slide, we have 3 more years before we implement across all grades, and this year and next year are important learning years for us as we begin the implementation. I'll now turn it over to Chief Seal to talk a little bit more about the special education decision-making process.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. I want to begin the conversation by stating who our students are. This work embodies who our students are, and let me tell you who our students are in the Boston Public Schools. 31.5% of our students are multilingual learners. 21.5% of our students are students with disabilities, of which 7.9% of our students are students with disabilities that are also multilingual learners. We are over 60.9% of the Boston Public Schools. That's who our students are. We embrace this work of inclusion not because we have to, because it's a necessity. And it's through the hard work of our school leaders, our administration, our families, and our students that we're embedded to make this difference. And as you look at the timeline of the slide that you see before you, this illustrates a timeline as to how our schools move forward in doing this work. At the heart of this effort, focus is on centering team-based planning at every school. Each of our schools also completed a self-assessment. We work closely as our schools identified an inclusive planning team to carve out and to map out their individual goals and priorities to envision how they can provide services and instruction for students that increase access of grade level content and learning. We understand our urgency is really to provide a continuum of services for all of our students, especially our Black, Brown, and Latinx students. Our inclusive planning team work is about considering how to increase access for our students with disabilities, as well as the context beyond the resources and mandated services. Oftentimes when you hear about special education, you're constantly hearing about timelines, compliance. We go above and beyond just looking at the regulations, but we're looking at our students as to what their needs are in order to break the historical barriers that have kept them in more restrictive settings across this district. We're also committed to moving forward in terms of looking at our multilingual learners with disabilities. And it's important for you to also understand that when we did this work, this happened at central office in terms of our placement and assignment process. Our students with disabilities across all of our schools were assigned through an assignment process out of our central office. That in itself is a barrier. We also took into consideration that we cannot continue to do things the way that we often had before, because we need to see the outcomes for our students. As I said before, while we have served compliance efficiencies, it resulted in unintended separation of students and limited access to grade level learning alongside their peers. And that is the body and the goal of our inclusive plan throughout the district. We also took into consideration various reports and evaluations that were done at the Boston Public Schools as we carved out this inclusive plan across our schools. This work must be rooted in the teams closest to our students while also ensuring systems and structures that provide all of our families choice, as well as consistency in what they can expect across all of our schools. And within our schools, as we look at those targeted grades and we look at the shifts for K0, K1, K2, and grade 7, it's also important to note that we look at accessibility in terms of how we redefine inclusion by the time spent in classroom, not classroom types, and also not by labels of identifying our students by certain disability categories, but looking at our students as all learners. By beginning the transition of all general education and inclusion classrooms to an inclusive learning environment, as well as more schools will have structures to meet our diverse learning needs, as well as the collaboration. That was really the forefront of this plan in terms of how we work strategically within our district with all stakeholders within central office as well as within our schools to build that continuum level of supports. Collaborative teaching teams for students of all learners, continuous services goal by region, as well as an alignment of our QSIP plans of our school leaders to embed these processes as well as these targets and these goals, as well as most importantly how we progress monitoring our students as well as looking at what we need to do in regards to allocation of resources for positions as needed in order to achieve these goals. Next slide, please. As we look at the other slide and you think in terms of the collaboration in terms of the vision, including all of our learners and through the IPT process, it was so important for us to invest in diverse set of stakeholders, including our family members. This slide shows the IPT process timelines, but also it shows us that we work closely with our coaches as well as making sure that we met the targeted goals of our schools. We also appreciate the challenges in working with the IPTs and engaging in terms of looking at our regional teams. And when we look at the timelines, we also must make sure that we have equitable resources for distributing resources, prioritize requests for student-facing instructional staff. Other staff requests were important but not prioritized. Some requests were outside the scope of inclusive education. Requests came in outside of those grade levels. And also you must take into consideration that requests reflected efforts that were sustained by ESSER positions. We know that this work is complex and messy and reflects new work we're doing for which there is no playbook. However, the work is grounded in doing what's best for our students. What we continue to learn is that given historical funding patterns and types of programs in our schools, every school has a different starting place. Another layer is the sunsetting of our ESSER funds, as I stated before. We also continue to learn how mindset, knowledge, and capacities vary across the system and also within our schools, which is why we continue to prioritize providing professional learning and instructional resources as we work as a cross-functional team, and we are currently rolling out our 12 hours of professional learning across our schools to our staff as well. I will now hand it over to David Bloom, who will talk more about the budget components of their inclusive plan.
For FY25, our proposed budget reflects $20 million of investments above and beyond our current maintenance budget for inclusive education. $15 million in positions allocated through the IPT process that Chief Seal just described. This is above and beyond what is required for baseline services for students with disabilities and multilingual learners. $2.7 million on top of that for additional supports for multilingual learners with disabilities, and another $2 million or so in reserve to meet the needs of schools as we go through the assignment process and learn more about which students are going to which schools. One big thing to note about this slide, we are prioritizing a team-based approach to instruction. For instance, every classroom that has a homeroom teacher that's serving a diverse group of students. They then also have a complement of teachers with experience in specially designed instruction for students with disabilities, or ESL, to provide additional language development of multilingual learners. Finally, I wanted to briefly touch on our work to expand the UPK program. BPS and the city have continued to be working collaboratively to expand our UPK program. As you know, this program ensures high-quality early childhood education across multiple settings, from BPS schools to family child care centers and community organizations. In addition to our BPS programs that we're here to talk a lot about today, we expect to offer UPK at 57 sites next year, reflecting approximately 1,500 seats in the upcoming school year. And with that, we will welcome your questions.
Again, thank you to the administration for being here. Just for my colleagues, Superintendent Skipper does have a stop at 4 p.m., so please let's make use of her time. Starting with Councilor Flynn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the superintendent and your team for the important work you're doing. Superintendent, I had a special education teacher reach out to me recently about the Massachusetts Inclusive Concurrent Enrollment Initiative, which grants college school partnerships to support eligible public high school students with intellectual disabilities. However, the teacher informed me that students with disabilities are only offered 2 seats for the entire district, and that if her student wants to access this opportunity, the high school must pay $1,200 for one semester. Basically, she is asking for my help. I'm asking for BPS's help. Can we help this student do her job more effectively by seeing if we're able to help with this situation?
Thank you, Councilor Flynn, for the question. So we're aware of this. I've actually been in dialogue with the staff member. We are committed to expanding this. What I need to figure out is the process for that, just given it's been such a small number previously. So that's something we're actively looking at within special ed, but we are committed to expanding it. And we will expand for, within the current budget, we will do some additional allocation for it.
For this budget, we'll try to get
Correct.
more funding in there.
Correct. I just want to make sure the process speaks to one of equity, just given that when you start having more schools involved in it, you need a clear process.
Thank you, Superintendent. I appreciate
You're
that.
welcome.
As you know, one of the issues I've focused on is supporting English language learners with disabilities, especially in my district in Chinatown or the South End or public housing developments. What are we doing in this budget to ensure that immigrant students, English language learners with disabilities are able to receive a quality education with support services for them and their families as well?
So I think I'll probably start then, and then I'll tag in Chief Khmer. So I think first is we've been a great deal of the OMME work was done off of ESSER, so we've taken that into this budget. And that includes not just direct service, but it's also building capacity of staff. So instructional coaches for the various language-specific strands, looking at newcomer programming, entrance-exit criteria, and materials, looking at instructional coaches for the dual language, which is something recent, looking for, this is all building capacity of the adults to be able to support the various programs. Additionally, within the Office of OMME, it's a shared position with OMME and special education, but there is a directive specifically for multilingual learners with disabilities. So this is our population that actually is lowest performing, which in my mind is translates to not supported enough. So this is what I'm sure Chief Khmer could, and actually Chief Seal could both comment on this. And the additional supports besides the adult capacity that we're attempting to build, materials and curriculum that we've purchased through ESSER dollars to make sure that each of the programs has what they need.
Sure. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Councilman Flynn, for your question. Yes, it is. Chief Seal and I always talk about how we're kind of like married in terms of we share a joint population of students, our students who are multilingual learners with disabilities. And I think on a central front, we are working to ensure that we provide supports district-wide. So we do have, as the superintendent said, the new position that is created, or the position that we're going to fill, which is the Director of Supports for Multilingual Learners with Disabilities. And working with that person, there'll be 2 supervisors. And so in addition to our regional support model where we have supports for teachers and superintendents and school leaders, there'll be in classroom supports coaching that will be available for schools as well. But then also, as David had spoken, our Chief David had spoken about the teaming approach of thinking of how, because we really need to kind of think how we approach the instruction of students. And so it's just not one person who's responsible. We all take accountability for our students, but taking that teaming approach of a special educator, a special education educator, someone with ESL licensure and supports for students, and then also the classroom teacher, of really looking at the needs of the students and supporting that student instructionally as we're providing Tier 1 access for the students and also high quality instructional materials.
Thank you. And my final question, and thank you for that answer, is when we're educating those students, I also know that it's important to provide their family with services as well. That's a critical part of the education process is supporting the family, especially our immigrant neighbors as well. what do we offer a parent or guardian that desperately needs social services? We need to get them those social services so they can be successful, but also for their children to be successful.
Yeah, that's a very important question. And actually, on my way here to I was crossing the street and I saw a family, a mom of a student who came here in February. And so in February, we had a huge welcoming registration at bowling for the newly arrived families, migrants that are housed at the Melnia Cass. And I saw her and she looked familiar. But she just looked so much more vibrant and happier. And so I said, hey, and I said in Haitian Creole to her, hey, Kijonye, how are you? And so I asked her about her daughter, Francesca. So then she said she's doing very well. So I just think of the process that we had for those, we had to pivot where we had 31 families where we had to register them, finding out families did not have, it was the clothes that were on their backs. And so really helping them, having a welcoming environment, getting them getting them enrolled for their children. And for many of them, they're coming from Haiti, through Chile, through Brazil, and their main goal is really to ensure that their children is successful. And schooling was one of those huge ticks, check marks for them. And so working with the families as they arrive, working with each school, the family liaisons, working with social workers that are at the school to really help support and meet the needs of the families. And so this mom, her daughter was thriving at the school that she's enrolled in. Mom has a job now and she's working. And so I'm not saying that's the case for every family, but we definitely are putting a lot with the Office of Engagement, working with families and of providing social emotional supports for families and really thinking of like a wraparound system for the family, because we know if the family is not okay, then the child's not going to be okay.
Just one point on this, that it's a point of pride within the BPS community, but in many districts, it was weeks and months before students who recently arrived were enrolled in the migrant shelters. It was on average 72 hours in our district from start to finish. The other last thing is that there's about 2.1 million that was represented on a slide, Councilor Flynn, which is specifically to increase the language development services for multilingual learners with disabilities.
Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you to your team. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Now we'll go to Councilor Santana. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Superintendent, and your team for being here today. Before going into my questions, I think, Superintendent, you know this, as a new city councilor at large here, my number one priority is our youth, and that's something that I've been very vocal about, and I want to thank you and your team for being extremely accessible to me in my office. You yourself meeting with me, but also want to, shout out Anna White from IGR, who's been incredible and very accessible. With that, I often share, my personal story and, me being a kid from the Dominican Republic who didn't know neither English or Spanish growing up, right, and had a speech impediment. And I went to the Winship School, where I got one-on-one help from professionals there, and then I transferred over to the Blackstone School, where every teacher, every administrator, my principal, lunch mother, custodian spoke both English and Spanish, right? And that really helped me in my journey to now, be someone who can both speak English and Spanish at a high level. So, and really struggled when I went to the Dearborn School because that wasn't available to me anymore. So my questions today are around that and kind of what we're doing for our students, our multilingual students here in the city. So, I got the opportunity to review this budget. Would like to ask, and it's open to anyone here who can answer these questions. How does this budget fund inclusive education for students through specially designed instruction for students with disabilities and multilingual learners without simply having teachers obtain more licenses, right? It is my understanding that BPS is requiring teachers to obtain moderate disabilities and ESL licenses to keep their positions and to continue working. So just kind of just like reflections on that.
Sure. So I can start with that, and then probably Chief Seal, you can probably chime in on this. So really with inclusive education, we're working to a team approach. And that is across classrooms, and it could be 2 or it could be 4. The idea is really to have access to general education, special education, which would be, for instance, if a student needed specialized instruction, and or ESL if a student is a multilingual learner. It's really that collection of adults working together. Our schools, 119 of them, are all at different places, as is their staffing. So we're just trying to offer as much as possible when it comes to training and learning for our teachers and our paraprofessionals, so that every adult that students coming in process with and in contact with can add value, right, to who they are. But we, I think as Chief CFO Bloom said, we added in resources in any situation where there was a general education homeroom teacher and there were going to be students in the classroom who required any kind of specialized learning or any kind of ESL. Those were actually positions we added into. So there were over 200 positions that are specifically around special education and or ESL that are added into the budget to be able to support. We really relied heavily on schools through their IPT process to help us understand what they were thinking and what their current environment was. And in that process, we realized how different they are. Some had already started inclusion, others had started inclusion with particular grades. Some wanted to go faster, slower. So we really had to do a very customized approach with the schools in this way. But the certification programs we're offering are for teachers and paraprofessionals who want to get additional supports and training. We've said we're not going to require our staff to be duly certified in a team approach. We're going to add in if, in fact, there isn't enough certifications to provide specialized learning and or ESL to provide service. And Chief Seal, I don't know if there's anything on the ground level.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Skipper. I also want to add, one of my colleagues is also here, Dr. Leslie Miller. And it's important for us, as we understand specially designed instruction, it's a methodology. Okay, and it's a methodology that we use as special education teachers as to how to reach and teach our students with disabilities. And it really, it expects, and the expectation and the requirement is really making sure that we have skilled professionals that know how to differentiate, know how to provide the accommodations and modifications. So through the partnership in terms of our cross-functional team, through the leadership of Dr. Leslie Miller, myself, and also OM, and also several other stakeholders in the district, we have worked strategically to put together a professional development plan as we launch this inclusion plan to be parallel in terms of how we need to move forward and making sure that all of our teaching staff, as well as our support staff, that they have the tools and they have the skills in order to really improve and accelerate learning for our students. So that is a huge lift for us as a district. We're also focusing on equitable literacy. And also part of the indicators for that is our school improvement plans. There's an alignment of that goal in terms of outcomes that each and every one of our schools have identified as a priority area to improve outcomes for all learners. So it's really a collaborative effort within the district as to how we're working strategically to improve outcomes, not just for students with disabilities and multilingual learners, but also set some metrics as to what we need to do to accelerate learning for all students across the district. But most importantly, it's the IEP, the Individualized Educational Plan. That is the roadmap for our students that really drives what we do for specially designed instruction.
Yeah, and I know we've had conversations about reading and reading instruction. So that's an example where through the ESSER dollars, not only were we able to increase reading specialists, which we've now moved onto the hard budget, but more importantly, we built capacity in our teachers. And so that means getting Wilson certified trained teachers, OG certified trained teachers, having materials for reading supports and remediation in place. Those are all things that we were able to do through ESSER. So we have a stronger teacher core in that way, right? That's able to see reading not as something that happens just over here, but something that happens within the context of the classroom.
Great. Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Superintendent. Superintendent, you just touched on the ESSER funding, and I'll kind of skip one of my first questions and go right there. Right, I mean, I know that ESSER funding is being taken away down, and the BPS has tried to identify where, the investments that ESSER funding was making and try to continue those programs outside of ESSER funding. So let's take that away. Are there any schools that are still receiving less funding outside of the ESSER funding? So, like, is there any school going into this year with less funding than they expect?
You want to take that?
Or sorry, not the, I think most schools want more money, right? Every school wants more. Just to be more clear, is there any school that's getting less money than the previous year outside of the ESSER funding?
The answer is yes. There may be different reasons, and I think that's what you're going to.
Yeah. So as we've been implementing our new approach to funding, moving away from weighted student funding, the thing we did this year is a little bit different, and I heard your point, so putting ESSER to the side, is we started with every school's current year general fund budget. So they started by saying, okay, let's start with what you got this year and move it forward to next year with any changes to salaries that we need to build into that. Then we did make some adjustments to that for a few reasons. The first being the main one being enrollment-based adjustments. So a variety of our allocations to schools are based on rules for a number of students. So the biggest example of something is we did some classroom consolidations. So essentially, you can imagine, right, a school that historically had 35 or 40 students in kindergarten, and over the past few years has gotten down to 15 or 20. That school is going to move from having 2 kindergarten classrooms to having 1. So that is a budget decrease at that school. It's a real decrease, and I don't want to take anything away from the cut or the experience of the school losing that position. But from the student experience lens, no student is having a lesser experience because of that, right? They still have their classroom teacher, they still have their social worker, they still have their librarian that was on the general fund. Now they are losing resources that they had this year from ESSER, and those are real too. I was trying to stay away from ESSER, but in terms of the sort of non-ESSER positions, the main thing that was reduced this year were those homeroom teachers for classes that sort of no longer had the enrollment to support them.
Great, thank you, Chief. Was that my time, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Wow, time flies. Sounds good. I'll wait for the second round. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Santana. Now I'll go to my Vice Chair. Vice Chair Pepin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the BPS staff that are here today. Thank you to the Superintendent. But I also want to take a moment to le quiero dar las gracias a la trabajadora que va allá arriba por estar aquí en el concilio. So, bienvenidos. This, as Councilor Santana mentioned, I always tend to just forget how similar our stories are. I went to school up the street from the Blackstone, which was the Hurley School, a bilingual school. Also, everyone spoke Spanish and English, and the classrooms were very small. And this Friday, I got to visit a similar school, which was the Roosevelt School in Hyde Park, which I believe is one of the first fully inclusive schools in the district. Amazing program, by the way. I was very impressed. But I got some concerns from the teachers of the future of IEP classrooms. And it's the size of the classrooms, the fact that I believe it's being proposed or about to happen that they will increase the number of students in each IEP classroom. And then in the same regards, I got an email from a teacher at the Bates School in Rosendale, another beautiful school in my district, where she voices that the concerns of one-size-fits-all model is very concerning because not every single student body in the district is the same. The needs are not the same, and the teachers are not the same. And you mentioned something that the resources will not be taken away, but some teachers feel like by adding more pressure to them, they do feel like they're going to need more resources. So my question / ask is, how are we responding to those teachers and to the paraprofessionals that feel like they've already been so overworked, but now they're going to have more students to take care of without the appropriate funding?
So I'll start, and I think actually on the ground side, on special education, it would be good to maybe us to frame it as what that new experience will be, right, or different experience. So I think what sort of led us to the inclusive ed plan was that we were identified as having overrepresentation for special education of too many students in small settings. The students who are in substantially separate, which is a more restrictive environment than what actually they needed. And as a result, for those families and for those students, their choice, their ability to be able to access schools across the district was very limited. They also are the ones that end up on the buses for the longest amount of time to get to their schools. So when Council of Great City Schools came in, they worked very hard with our special ed department, specialized services department, as well as with our office of our OMME, to be able to think about how could we do this differently. And that's what sort of led us to a 3 to 4 year kind of plan of how to be able to phase in not all students on IEP, but students who are in a substantially separate setting who, based on their IEP and their team and their parent, is deemed that they could actually access a gen ed class. That could be part of the day. That could be all of the day. It really depends on what their IEP calls for. That option was never previously there for a team to consider, for a family to consider, or a student. So that's kind of what sort of has us here. When we look at those same students, we also see that in general, access to grade level material, grade level instruction was also limited. Often those substantially separate classes are multi-grades. So we knew change had to happen, and change is always hard when you're phasing it in. The question was the pacing and the resources to follow. I think the IPT, or the inclusive planning teams, the goal was not to do one size fits all. It's actually impossible in our district to do one size fits all because there's 119 schools, all of whom in this area do inclusion or are set up for inclusion in very different ways. So the idea was to look at the plans and to see how we might be able to leverage the resources that are at a school across the district and add in resources where we needed to be able to provide that inclusive setting. We're doing that at the same time that we are still holding together the substantially separate system. It's not a light bulb or a switch. It's not going to turn all of a sudden. In fact, it's really up to the parent and the team when a student's IEP convenes as to whether they want to consider an inclusive setting or not. So where we're predicting or creating the capacity for inclusive ed, we may not actually fill that. In fact, the likelihood is we won't, because there'll be more parents who may be kind of slower to adopt it or want to sort of see what happens. And we've also reserved dollars, which is on that slide that's up there now, 2.2 million, so that when and if we get students who have greater need being included, we have some funds to draw from to be able to add additional resource in. So we're trying to be deliberate, and we're trying to be intentional about the steps we're taking with it. Most importantly, we're trying to have the school leaders working with their community and their IPT team, which this past year met regularly and will again, there's money in the budget for them to do so next year. Have them really take into consideration the culture of the school, the setup and the resources that are there now, what we're adding in to be able to deliver that. But this is going to be something that we're going to be working, Counselor, for a number of years to make sure it goes right. And I think this team sense is that it may actually go slower than what the capacity that's there is for.
Thank you for that detailed response. I guess my ask to you is just to make sure that those teachers that are in this program feel heard.
Absolutely.
But also acknowledge, I'm hearing it from different sides of my district that
Absolutely.
teachers are frustrated.
Yes.
And I think that I just want to make sure that their students feel like they have the right resources and the parents as well.
That's right.
So I look forward to continuing that conversation with you and your team. You bring up the conversation of transportation too, which has been a priority of mine since starting in the council. And I do know that they do face the biggest challenges from getting to and from school. Are you working on any opportunity to see what issues can be alleviated, specifically working with the BPS hotline or just new resources, new programming that our BPS transportation does not currently use?
Sure. So I think this is where inclusive ed is, we see this as a potential going forward for this exact thing. The closer to home that we can give students choice to a quality seat, then less time on the bus. Could be less buses, but certainly more efficient, less time. So that's kind of, but that again, like that's going to take a few years for those changes to actually be implemented. I think the transportation thing is one that our team, both in the work we're doing with the union, we were able in this last bargaining with the drivers to be able to get a lot of kind of new revisions in there that allow us to have more accountability around on-time percentage, making sure buses get to where they're supposed to be, less missed routes, and in our case, what I think is going to be one of the biggest potentials is around ridership. We just have a lot of students that don't use the bus. So they're entitled to the bus, it's there for them, but they don't use it, or they don't use it regularly at all. And so what happens is when you route a bus, you're making all those stops, and sometimes there's not even kids at the stop because they don't use it. We've never had a way to measure ridership on a daily basis. So we've incorporated a new technology that's going to be on the buses with pads to be able, one, from a safety perspective, know exactly when students get on and off the stops. Every parent wants to know that. We want to know that. But then secondly, for students that aren't using it, it gives us the data to go back to the parent and say, can we discharge the student? If you want the bus, that's fine, but if you're not using it, here's what it means to all the other kids who are using it. It takes them longer to get to school. We have to route further. So we're actually doing that pilot in the summer with our ESY, with our extended school year for our special education students. And we have parents actually responding really favorably to it and saying, you know what, I actually don't need the bus. And so it's going to be steps like this that are going to enable us to get that on-time percentage up as high as possible. Missed routes are at kind of all-time low for us. That's because we started the year different from most urban districts, completely full with our drivers when everybody was struggling. That's been through a lot of recruitment. Same with our bus monitors. We're now like, we're not at capacity, but we're moving in that direction, much different than it was pre-pandemic. And that we train our monitors to make the buses safer for our students, to make sure there's good communication with families. We incorporated a transportation advisory council that parents are on as well, and that there is the one that's really thinking about ridership and other kinds of changes to policy that could be helpful overall to the district. So I think there's just a number of areas that we're working kind of all around to try to get to the point where choice is closer to home and it's quality choice. If you're riding the bus, when you're riding the bus, it's safe, it's on time, and we're responsive to families through our hotline. We staff that now. I think there's 20 some odd languages that are represented on the hotline for the parents, and we look at the time for wait for a parent. In most cases, it's a minute or two at most. So it's these things as a customer service agent, which is what we are, that we're trying to do our best to evolve.
Yeah. And I think that lack of trust from parents to not send their kid on the school bus is based on the lack of being able to properly track their child on the bus. It's something that I brought up as a hearing order idea on the floor where, I always joke around about it, but I'm not joking around. So I can track my lunch real time where it's coming, when the driver's stuck, when it's delivered, but our parents can't do that real time with our students. So I think that the quicker that we actually expedite the new system in place for our school buses to be tracked, the more trust that we'll build with our parents in the system. Hence, it will lead them to actually using the bus system and lead into less issues with this.
Thank you.
We're on track to implement the new system.
Okay, in the fall, in this fall?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councilor Coletta, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all so much for your work. I will just reiterate what I said in a Piemonte room briefing, I think it was last month, and thank you to Chair for your leadership for being very proactive about the BPS budget. But Superintendent, just the positive reviews that I've gotten from parents in my district have been exponential. There's a lot of folks that are talking about your leadership and how accessible you are, so I just wanted to thank you again for all of the progress. Even when it comes to the bus technology, like that is light years from where we were even 2-3 years ago, so just congratulations on that, and again, thank you all so much for your work. I only have one question, and it has to do with something you and I have talked about quite often, which is another Boston International High School in my district. East Boston has always been welcoming and inclusive of immigrant populations, and we have, I think it's about 17,000 kids who are ELLs. I hope I got that right. And about 12,000 of them are Latino or identify as Latino, and so we need something in my district, at least a high school that that teaches academic rigor, gets newcomers ready for the world. And so I would love to understand what the progress is on having a dual language program in East Boston. We've already raised our hands and said, we would love this. Please let us know what we can do. So I would love to get a progress update on that.
Sure. Well, I would just say under the leadership of our superintendent, she really has a great pulse of what the needs are for schools. And that's something that is very refreshing. I went on a tour at a Saratoga Street site where, in terms of thinking for our secondary multilingual learner population, there is definitely a need. So at BATA, they're doing a really great job in terms of educating our students, especially our older students, but the majority of them are coming from East Boston. And in speaking with East Boston High School for our newcomers program, they're kind of busting at the seams. And so the superintendent has, working with the various school leaders and really identifying this need, looking for additional sites in East Boston so that we can serve our secondary multilingual learners. Currently right now, in terms of for dual language, we have the Margarita Muniz kind of like the source for many of our Spanish dual language programs for high school. But as I would say, under my leadership and working with the district, and even prior to me coming, is really looking at the expansion of providing more native access, native language access supports for our students and native language access instruction for our students, and really looking at each region and how we can better serve and provide more access to native language literacy and native language instruction for our students across the district. And so that is definitely something that's at the forefront of what we're currently working at right now.
Yeah, and I would just, I would add that one slice of high school population that we see that we haven't had a good solution for is our overage multilingual learners who are coming in at a newcomer level. They're 18. They, by the state standards of passing MCAS, learning English enough to be able to pass MCAS, it's very difficult if they're 18 or older to be able to do a traditional course. So what we often find is they will stay for like a year, they'll learn enough language to be able to work, which is what they need to do because they're often the head of their household or they're unaccompanied, and then they have to drop out. And we should never be putting our young people in that position. So, we know that BATA in Dorchester works, but we also know that the vast majority of the students who are overaged and multilingual learners coming in are really located on the East Boston side, and the commute over to BATA every day is just too long. So by opening the BATA East, which is what we'll be opening, that's going to really allow probably about 120 students to be able to go there. We'll also put an adult ed site there so that as students transition, and if they're 22 and they haven't been able to finish what they need to, adult ed is right there as well. So the idea is we'll have social emotional support there. It'll be really a wraparound center. This will also help the East Bostons, the Charlestown Highs, the other schools who, for them, they try to do everything they can, but the young person just really needs to work. Yeah. And so we kind of have too narrow of a solution set. So we're excited about this. It goes back to a conversation we had when I first came in, and the data is really stark and compelling, and I think this is going to be a great solution for our young people.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. We had this conversation last year. I'm not sure if it was already in the works, but I had said we need a BINCA 2.0, or what did you call it, BADA East
Yeah,
in
BADA
East
East.
Boston. And it's, it's already off the ground and running. We are very lucky that we have a dual language program at the UMANA, but doing the math just on Google Maps really quick, if I'm an Orient Heights resident and I need a dual language program, it takes an hour and a half to get to BINCA. And so having this is absolutely huge for our district, so I just want to say thank you. And wondering about timeline, if I have more time myself on when this will get open.
Yeah, so the latest would be January, but we're looking to do it as early in the fall as possible, so that young people don't have to enroll at East first and then go over. They'd be able to go straight to BADA East.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. Councilor Mejia, the floor is yours.
Hi, I thought you were going to get to leave before 4 o'clock.
I would never
Mary.
say Counselor.
Mary was like, oh, I hope 4 o'clock comes before Councilor Mejia goes. Not your lucky day today.
It is my lucky day.
Hello, it's good to have you all here again. And I feel like I've been unleashed because I'm no longer the chair of education, so I can go back to being a community organizer. And I know all the parents are really happy to know that I'm back. So I do have a lot of questions, and I'm very concerned about the multilingual, the inclusion and all this stuff that has been bubbling up to the top. And you said something earlier around this team approach, and I'm just curious from a workforce development standpoint, are we shortchanging our staff and our students in creating an environment in which there's the shared responsibility? Like, how does that look like from a workforce development and the impact that it has on our teachers?
Sure. So I think if we were asking teachers to, through certifications, do 2 or 3 jobs, that would be extremely difficult. I think the idea of the team-based is to really leverage the expert content knowledge of 2 or 3 different staff in an area and be able to come together around the students with it. Chief Seal, this might be a good example to
Have you seen examples? Like, how did you land here?
There's a number of our schools that already do it. So you could look at, let's see, in East Boston, you have Jason's school. Where's my mind going blank? The McKay. Sorry, the McKay would be an example. I think you could look at Katie Grass's school, the Curly, as an example. There's actually more schools doing a team approach as opposed to a co-teaching. And it's a little confusing because when we say co-teaching, everybody jumps to this idea of 2 adults in the classroom. Co-teaching is really just that. It's teaching together. And that is what a team-based approach is. It's just how you get at that can vary. There are schools that have co-teaching, meaning just 2 adults in the classroom. But the data, at least on the student outcome, doesn't say that one particular style is better than any other. And Chief Seal or Chief Kamira, if you want to.
No, that's okay. We good because I don't have a lot of time. But I do have another question. This is, can you just talk to us a little bit about how many actual, not just coded, right, bilingual teachers, and how many actual bilingual paras does BPS have now?
That's a David question.
And so while you're looking for the data, because I don't want to waste my moment here with you all, can you tell me what is the exact change in the number of actual bilingual teachers and the change in the number of actual bilingual paras in the proposed budget right now? So that's also part of the question.
Yeah, so for the number, in terms of the budget, I can only give you the coded budgeted positions because a lot of those teachers are still being hired. I can give you that. And then I will get you both of those.
Okay, so there has been some analysis showing the racial and ethnic gap between teachers and students for each school, and we need to see the language gap between teachers and students by school. Can you provide us that data?
So this gets into how teachers are coded and whether or not they're coded where we don't currently capture their language or the proficiency piece. That is something we're working on. with our union, but like also ourselves internally within the system. We have a commitment. We want to be able to hire as many bilingual and multilingual educators as we can in all facets, but particularly student-facing classroom paraprofessionals, social workers. But the system hasn't been built in a way to easily code that or track it. In fact, it's one of the things that when you see a decrease in bilingual educators, it's mostly because we've changed the coding, not because the educator is leaving or different.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the curriculum and the materials, right? BPS says that there must be high-quality instruction materials, and we really do appreciate that. But does this include curriculum materials in major native languages that are used by BPS students?
Yes, Chief Kamir.
And what is the commitment to having curriculum materials in native language? What does that commitment look like? What is the current status, and what is the funding in the current budget for this? And what are the SMART goals? How are we measuring success? That's a lot, and I want you to get through all of it before I have my other question.
Let's go at it. Okay, so yes, native language curriculum.
All schools?
No.
Or just where we have the highest level of concentration of students who are native speakers?
Sure. So I will start off with the dual language programs.
Okay.
So the dual language programs, they all have curriculum that reflects the native language of the students that are in the program.
But what about students who aren't in those dual enrollments? Like, those are the ones that usually fall through the cracks. Those are the ones that come here and you get what you get and you don't get upset. So what happens to those?
So I started with the dual language program. So all of those programs are provisioned for native language. We are working, shout out to our early childhood department in terms of working on creating more access for native language. So looking at our focus curriculum and providing more access for students who are not necessarily in dual language programs. So I know a lot of our UPK programs are using dual language access programs, curriculum for our early childhood students. Their resources and access to native language as our ESL. We have coaches that are in our department.
How many?
We have 11 coaches. Okay. Instructional coaches that work on the regional model, so they can work with the superintendents, the regional superintendents, and teachers, and really providing professional learning opportunities for our schools, and many of them have been actually in the language to just model the language of the students. So we've been providing professional learning in Spanish or in Haitian Creole for the teachers to really model what the needs of the students are. And we are doubling down in terms of creating more access and creating more curriculum. So like for the Cape Verdean community, they've been asking since the Haitian community, before they even started the dual language program, have been asking. And so we are working and developing curriculum for our students as we would hope to create a dual language program and have it in Cape Verdean Creole.
And who's accountable for closing the language diversity gaps in school staffing? And how are we holding those folks accountable? Because it seems to be the revolving door at BPS, right? Like, every time I turn around, I got a new set of characters. It's hard to keep up with all the staffing changes.
Absolutely.
And every time there's a staff changes, a whole new PowerPoint presentation and a whole new world. And we got to catch up to y'all. But here we are.
I'm
again.
Here. So
we don't know how long they're going to leave you here for.
Oh, I will be here. So
well, I hope. Let's just hope that is the case, because the way things are happening at BPS, you just never know.
Point
so
taken.
I would like to know who is accountable right now for language diversity in school staffing, and how are they going to be held accountable?
So I will definitely say that I am holding myself accountable to providing supports and services for the students in the city of Boston. Although it may be a new face, but I have been here. I'm back. I worked in this office for 3.5 years. I believed in this office so much that I believed in this office that I went to a school to create a dual language program. And then I came back to this office because I feel like we do need to double down on the supports that we need for our students. I think with the executive team that we have in Boston Public Schools, and then really working to support the teachers. It's really important. My soul is really aligned with schools, and I think of when I'm working on expanding a dual language program or providing more native access for students
Yep.
or working with families, it's because I know what those outcomes
Right.
can be because I've seen it.
I know, and we're lucky to have you, right? So I'm an English language learner. I'm also one of those students that was chronically absent. My mom still to this day doesn't know how to speak English. So when I ask these questions, understand that for
Absolutely.
me, it's all of this is that I'm carrying into this chamber because this is the reality 30 years later that BPSs still have yet to meet the moment, right?
Absolutely.
And so that's why we have to be aggressive, right?
That's right.
Superintendent, and then what really worries me, right, is I was also appointed to the ELL task force, and we've had a mass exodus of folks who sat in that space who I was close in relationship with, and it's hard for us to trust a system that has yet to find a way to really deliver. And so I need to hear from you, Superintendent, and I'm really not happy with the fact that this was a hearing, right? And I know you have things to do, but you're going to leave here at 4. We're not going to have our full time with you. And it just, we need to do better at making sure that we're fully present for these hearings because they matter to us. And I'm just curious about what is it going to take for us to really restore the trust here?
So I want to go back to your specific questions just to make sure we get the answers. So I think that there's a combination on the accountability side. So one is we're talking about dual language or transitional bilingual and the language-specific pathways. That's going to be something that OMME and Joelle are going to be monitoring. Human capital will play a role in this as we look forward to making sure we're expanding and keeping track of how many of our staff, teachers, student-facing teachers, paraprofessionals are bilingual. That's an active conversation right now. So I think that will get reported out in a couple of different ways. I think the answer to your other question really quickly, David, if you have that. Because that was a more pointed.
So, yes, so the short version is at the end of it, when you look around, to your point about just not just what's coded in the system, but what's actually happening, there were 13 positions that were closed, almost entirely due to classroom consolidation for staff. Now, I don't know whether those staff in particular were bilingual, but those were staff whose job primarily was to work in a multilingual learner program. So, because we don't necessarily have the data on staff language capacity.
It was never collected.
Is that something that we're gonna?
It is, but it's something
that's
we,
corrective action, right? We're gonna.
well, it's actually not corrective, but it's corrective on our own part, yes.
But moving forward, we're not gonna have those.
Yes, it's something we're working with the union on, yes.
It'll be. I know my time is up, and I want to be respectful of the fact that I have other colleagues.
Can I just your last point,
Yep.
Councilor Mejia? So I also think that in the issue of multilingual learners, I think we have taken a lot of feedback from the community, and we've now, I think, course corrected and are moving at a more intentional but reasonable pace about how we're rolling out our multilingual learner education. We are still taking a great deal of steps around making sure our newcomer and our SLIFE programs have the right entrance and exit criteria, and students aren't going to stay in them for too long, which was what was happening. But the issue of increasing and investing in native language and dual language, both low incident languages and majority languages, those are ones we're actively having those conversations and will with the community to make sure that we're going together. And that's something you have my word on.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Just want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilor Weber and also Council President Louis Jang. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I was looking for attendance because everybody knows I'm bad with names. Superintendent, you're the only name that I remember.
It's all good.
I apologize. Ms. Seal, Superintendent Skipper, and David. I know David. Okay, and sorry, Kristen?
No. Joelle Gamir.
I know that one. Okay, Joelle?
Yes, Joelle
Okay.
Gamir.
Ms. Gamir, sorry. Thank you for such a thorough explanations or responses to the questions. Really want to dig a little bit deeper, just get a bigger picture or more thorough picture on as far as how we're going to address inclusion, especially with the phasing in, especially with understanding this $2.2 million allocation that is going to be in reserve for resources. I'd like to understand from special ed in terms of resources that we're supporting, in terms of resources that we're supporting parents with to understand their child diagnosis and plan, right? Specialized plan. And individual plan, and as well as any sort of homeschool connection that will support with not only identifying those diagnoses but also supporting with monitoring and sustainability of those action plans for at home. So if we could start there. Also, how many ELL, do we have some sort of idea of multilingual students, number of multilingual students? And then the 2.1 million specifically for ELL from Title III, how many teachers are we looking to build capacity in order to address those students' needs?
Great.
That's a great question. So first, let me start by saying that as we look at the implementation grades for this coming school year for 24-25, keep in mind that we're not saying that all students in those grades will be in an inclusive learning environment. It is an IEP decision for each and every one of our children, right? So there is relevant members of the team that will be involved in making that decision. We also need to make sure that we're evaluating our students and using that information to help guide us in terms of what are the level of needs of our students and where they should receive the services, right? The who, what, and where.
Thank you, Ms. Seal. Really familiar with this topic.
Okay.
You can go straight
to the point. So
you.
straight to the point in terms of what we're doing in terms of specially designed instruction and resources for our families and also for our teachers. I said earlier that we're building a thoughtful professional learning plan for our teachers and in which to strengthen their skill set. And the superintendent had also mentioned in terms of specialized instruction like our Orton Gillingham and our Wilson language. We also need to realize that we are looking at the younger grades for our students. So we're looking at what we're using for our curriculum through the Focus 3 and Focus 4. We also know that we have really worked strategically so that it's not just under the umbrella of special education, but we're working with teaching and learning. We're also working with looking at tiered interventions through multi-tiered systems of support as to how we're going to target intervention for students, because we do have students with disabilities that are also in general education settings, right? So in terms of making sure that our families are engaged, we're really working strategically with our coordinators of special education because they are the point of contact. They're really working closely with the school leaders, but also they're the designee of special education to make sure that they're providing the information. Because if you're a parent and you're finding out for the first time your child has a disability, it can be overwhelming. So we have done extensive training since the fall with each and every one of our COASTs to really make sure that we are providing the support and the resources that they need because they're facilitating those team meetings in order to write those IEPs.
Allow me a moment. Thank you. So with the coordinators, and we know that they're inundated, they're overworked, and you know this because that's your area. How are we supporting with the homeschool connection, though? Are there other types of support services, social workers, types that are actually sitting with parents and saying, let me help you understand what your child's plan is in terms of from diagnosis to treatment to action plan?
So I'm going to say that we've really worked hard throughout the district, especially with providing a monitoring system to make sure that our COASTs are not inundated and that they have a caseload that is manageable. I also want to say that it's really hard to say that our family liaisons are working with our families to help them to understand the IEP because that's not their area of expertise. So it really falls under the responsibility of our coordinators of special education and also our school leaders, right? Because our school leaders must provide assurances that those educational plans are being implemented with fidelity. So we have provided the support to our COASTs. As I said, we started training since August. And really making sure that we are prepared because this district, as many districts in the Commonwealth, are going through the new IEP process. And I think the new educational plan that the Commonwealth has written for this district is really going to be focusing on the vision of the child and also how we need to work more closely in engaging our families.
I do appreciate the different tiers, that holistic approach of the whole child and going from phase to phase. I appreciate that a whole lot. It feels wraparound, but wraparound through its true meaning means that you're working with families. And so I try to encourage folks not to go toward that, because it's not that if you're not working with the whole family. But in this case, you have the coordinator, then you need an interpreter possibly, or translation. Then you also have the liaison that could connect you, schedule, contact parents. It just feels like there is a missing link, because outside of the work in school, parents go home left to understand this package that's very intense, right? If you're not a practitioner, and so I think there's an opportunity there for us to consider.
Absolutely.
And I'm not a proponent of making schools into a clinic, because I think that that's not your job. But that opportunity to collaborate with outside sources to ensure that there is that connection and understanding. Without the families, I don't need to tell you this, you know this more than I do.
Oh, absolutely.
Doesn't work. Therapy doesn't work. The IP doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And so I'm really interested in the homeschool connection piece. But can we move on to the numbers questions?
Yeah, sure. I just want to also add, Joelle and I just recently also did a training with all of our family liaisons to kind of help them to understand this whole IPT process, and also for us to partner with them in helping to work with our families, as well as working closely with our student support services as well.
I like it. I think, I had a lot of concerns about it, right? I think, in terms of like where are the best practices, where can we prove that this works or this doesn't work? And after understanding a little bit more, thank you so much, Superintendent Skipper, for making yourself accessible. In terms of phases, in terms of it being an option, in terms of actually transitioning, in terms of readying professional development with the teachers, and then while building capacity, while building this collaboration, homeschool connection, it does feel like I can see the whole child. I can see the holistic working on different domains of the child, right? So community, home, school. So I personally have a deep appreciation with the approach that you guys have. Just I want to understand, like, in terms of budget today, are we addressing it with proper numbers? Have we taken into account how many children, estimation of kids with disability, and how?
Yeah, I'd love to address that briefly if it was okay. I think one thing that we did this year through this sort of inclusive education process is really revamped some of our process and procedure around planning the budget for English learners with disabilities. So in particular, in each of our schools, we did an analysis of the number of English learners with disabilities and created sort of separate sort of service groups for them, with the expectation they might be served differently, especially with those who are our highest need English learners with disabilities in substantially separate settings, and identified specific staff that were planned to support students in those programs. So
is it supplemental to the classroom?
Yes, so that's not their homeroom teacher. So you can imagine potentially a substantially separate strand that has 4 or 5 classrooms now might have, in addition to the homeroom teacher in each classroom, they might have an additional educator who's just focused on ESL and English language acquisition for those students with disabilities. Right?
Homeroom teacher, para, and specialist.
Right, and that person might not be full-time in one room, right? They might be moving between those 4 different rooms, depending upon the exact needs of the different students in each room, because many of the students require sort of 45 or 90 minutes a day, so then you can cover a couple rooms with one teacher. But the idea in this year's budget, and what you saw in the $2.1 million of new investment, was to make sure that every school had those specific targeted resources. And Joelle's team was in each of our meetings, making sure that each school had a plan for providing services to multilingual learners with disabilities, sort of in tandem with their plan to providing services to multilingual learners without disabilities.
Thank you. It's my time.
Yes.
Right? I was just going to wrap up and say, second round, really interested, obviously, in measuring efficiency and what plans you have for those metrics. And that question is broad, so looking forward to the second round. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Council Fitzgerald, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate everyone on the panel. Thank you for coming today. I'll get right into some sort of high-level general questions that I think folks are asking. I don't have to tell some of you, but as many of you know, I have 2 kids at BPS as well, and hopefully a 3rd on the way. So I am your biggest cheerleader and fan, and there's nothing more I want than for all of us to succeed, right? But I guess one of the questions is why push inclusion now with the budget cuts and lack of staffing? And I'm asking for you to have that opportunity to answer, because I think that's what some people who don't understand it as deep are sort of just asking on a high level of me. So push inclusion now with the budget cuts and lack of staffing. Why was that decision made?
So when we look historically at our special education and multilingual learners with and without disabilities, who are for the most part, are Black and brown kids, what we see is a legacy of decades and decades of underperformance and lack of support. And so this was part of the area that the state brought to us when the conversation was happening around receivership with the district, and asked us to really take a hard look at this, because they felt that we could no longer continue to perpetuate what we were doing. That led us to look at what other large districts like ourselves are doing around the country, the involvement of the Council of Great City Schools, who sees the world from the 80 largest districts. And what we got back from the amount of time that they came in and they looked at our systems was that our systems were in fact very broken. They were broken for our kids. Our special education and multilingual learner students were not getting access to the same high quality grade level because they were in these small, substantially separate settings. And they were just not getting access to what their non-disabled counterparts were getting. So, and that panned out in the data as well, right? Like, we saw that. So that's where we began the journey of the plan. And it's actually a plan that was, they looked at our enrollment, they looked at how we enroll students, they looked at how we do choice, they looked at our schools and the programs and where they are, and they actually said, you can't fix this all at one time. This is going to take 4 to 5 years of phasing in intentionally, and they were the ones that came up with the grade level configurations so that it's K0, K1, K2, 7th, 9th, and then the following years it starts to roll up, so that the full implementation, will ultimately take, including the planning year, 5 years. So that's why we are where we are.
Thank you. And is there a reason we're not in a pull-out model for both special ed and ELL, where the students can work in the small group? I know you just mentioned that in those small sub-separates that they weren't getting the access to the quality education that they need, but in what I see is in the inclusion models, there's still and for the record too, my wife is a special education teacher, right? So these questions are definitely mine. These are my questions. Why is it not the pull-out model where they're in with the general ed class and then they pull out to work on whatever area they may need specialization in?
Yeah, so you actually have a lot of different models going on. You actually do have pull-out happening in both ESL and in special education. It really depends on, like, if you have a critical mass of students, if it's 1 or 2, what the schedule looks like, who the resources on the ground are. We really try, we have 119 schools, we have to work across them to what's going to make the most sense for the students and the educators.
So
Can I also add, I just want to say that the Inclusive Educational Planning Team, in their school document, they identify what resources and what services they're going to deliver. So we do have kids that are in partial inclusion. So we have full inclusion, which there is team teaching, or there's a teacher pushing in or pulling out. Mm-hmm. And then we do have some kids that have IEPs written still, if your wife is a special education teacher, that's getting those level of services. So they're also still getting some pull-out services as well.
Okay, so the inclusion and the pull-out model can coexist?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, and that's what's currently going on as well with this phased-in approach?
Correct.
Okay, understood. What is the inclusion model going to look like in terms of support staff? And I know you touched upon it briefly, and how often there will be an additional teacher, and I know that you just brought in this co-teaching model too, so I guess explain to me how co-teaching works with inclusion in terms of having multiple sets? Because the way I think people feel about this is, if you're going to do inclusion, you have to have more adults in the room, right? To kind of take care of folks that might need the inclusion teaching or the special ed, and then but still continue the general ed class as you go on, and teachers' times aren't being divided that way, right? And so between co-teaching and the additional teaching in the room, what does that look like in terms of support staff, and how does that classroom operate?
Right, so it's really about how the educators work together as a team. And so depending on the students that are in that class and what their individual needs are, you might have, students who have emotional impairment, and they're going to need, a different kind of support around accessing, the curriculum, but through their behavior piece, like behavior supports. Whereas if you have students with reading, you might need, more of a specialized learning situation. It's really going to depend on the students and the students' needs. Same if you have multilingual learners who are in the classroom, or multilingual learners with disabilities, you may need, and depending on their level, ESL teacher could rotate in, a special education teacher or different special education teachers could rotate in. You might have speech that rotates in. So it really, everything gets driven by the student, and the IEP is kind of the student map to what is needed.
So that may answer my next question, where special ed students and EL students' needs are different, right? And so is the inclusion teacher, if you will, supporting both student types, or is there an EL support teacher, and are there any other small groups in separate settings happening? I think you've sort of answered all those, but still, if you could just touch upon it in general.
Yeah, so there definitely could be small group that's happening. Yep. There could also be an inclusive strand and a substantially separate strand in the same school. Yep. Like that can exist. Where there's inclusion or inclusive ed happening in a classroom, I think one of the things that CFO Bloom kind of first started with was when we did the initial, allocations around just kind of compliance of the actual services, everything we did with inclusive ed was over and above that. So that's where we added in ESL, that's where we added in special education as a way to allow inclusive ed to happen. So in that particular case, there's almost always additional support going into the school or into the classroom.
One last question, then a comment. What kind of interventions are in place for the regular ed students who are not making benchmark? And I guess there's the, specialists in reading and things like that, but who do they go to, or how are they being held to standard?
Right, so the issue we were having in BPS, where all students, were not getting access to grade level, high quality instructional materials. In order for us to lift the system, it's not just inclusive ed, it's actually looking at the foundation and saying, kind of from a multi-tiered student support side, what does every student need? And so we have now MTSS in every school. We have a team that looks at what those supports are. They are intimately married with student support in looking at students who are brought to the table that might be struggling. Could be a gen ed student, could be a special education, or could be a multilingual learner who are struggling to either gain momentum academically, or they might be having some behavioral challenges or just socialization. The first place that comes is to MTSS and student support, and they're working to make sure that the menu of supports the school has, it could be a mentoring program, it could be reading specialists, it could be a behavioral consultant, like it could be a variety of different kinds of supports that they build their menu out, and then as a student's brought to student support, we try to identify what's going on for that student. A lot of times, for instance, if there's behavior, and say it's a gen ed student, and that's how it's manifesting, what's underlying it is often a reading issue, a literacy issue, or it could be a social emotional, like a trauma issue. So that's where that MTSS team is really there to kind of develop the menu, and student support works with them, that has the nurse on it, that has the school psychologist on it, right, to sort of say, what are we seeing at the student level? Does that menu actually work for the kids that are in that school, right? That's the work we've been working to raise, right, the field for the last couple of years.
I'll just say in my comment before I return it back over is, I love it, right? It's all great stuff in making the kids. My fear is each parent and even each classroom not knowing, because it's so specialized and because each school can be different. It's who you got, what issues they have, and what are the specializations that they need, and tailoring this menu, which is great for each individual kid. But then all of a sudden the parents say, well, what route is our class taking? Right? And it's different from the other class. That could be the other third grade. And so the parents don't have that camaraderie of saying, oh, well, what do you, like, we're not going through the same thing because we're having a different specialization. And it's almost like there's no fundamental theme throughout where all BPS parents could come together and say, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Well, no, because we're doing it different at this school or even in this grade. And I guess it gets confusing, even the way you described all the different ways you could give the services to the kid, to any individual kid, right? To me, it's like, oh man, that could get overwhelming fast for an individual parent, and to understand what it means for their child versus the child even next to their kid, right? And so it might be a future issue that you guys will have to hurdle.
I think that's a fair point and question and concern, but I do think that what the superintendent is saying, that there are kind of like standardized approaches in terms of what the school can provide in terms of support. So every school has an MTSS system, every school has a student support system. With this implementation of inclusive education, I think that it will provide us to be able to leverage, when we think of the team approach, it gives us an opportunity to leverage other members of the team. So I think of the school that I just came from, and I gave a presentation to some central office staff the other day, and I was saying that, you know, people are afraid of inclusive ed. You hear, like, how is it going to affect my child? My child doesn't have an IEP. My child's not a multilingual learner. How is it going to affect my child? But I just want to say, like, it's possible, it's happening, and it's working. So like a school like the Mattahunt, which is definitely where the district wants to go in terms of this inclusive ed approach. We've got dual language, we've got ABA, we've got inclusion classes, we've got run the gamut of what there is. But then you think of a student who, I have one student in my mind who just recently got accepted to the O'Brien School. And when he first came into the Mattahunt, he transferred over to the Mattahunt School because his mom became a para at the school. And the school that he was at before didn't have the structures that we had. And so he was kind of like slated to be in a sub-separate classroom. But the structures that we had at the school, we're able to look at our intervention team, looking at the MTSS, looking at student support, looking at his individual needs through progress monitoring. All the students take the map. This is where this student is. How can we help support him and his peers, create a group for intervention, provide those intervention supports? Okay, map testing for mid-year, where is he now? Where is he in end of the year? And so kind of taking those structures that we have in place that will be at all schools, how can we make it tailored to help support that individual student? And so here we have this student who was supposed to be slated for a sub-separate classroom, who is, you know, on his way to going to an exam school next year. So we do have, or we're creating systems that are standardized across the district, but we're creating systems where each school can leverage the staff members that they have to provide that menu that the superintendent is talking about.
Thank you, and I would just keep hammering home the fundamentals of that structure, right, in the simplest way, so that parents can understand. But that's a great success story. Thank you for your help. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Council President Louis Jen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank everyone for being here. Just a few things I want to highlight. I think Councilor Pepin, when he was asking about transportation, Dan Rosengard, I just want to big him up. I had a meeting with him and Carla Tinkle, and I really do think that although we as councilors, when we experience the transportation issues, it looks like a mess, and it often is a mess. But I do think that there's like really serious work being done there to make sure that we are efficiently using our resources, to make sure that we're using technology and advancements and improvements to make sure that the money that we are using for transportation is more effective and going to those who are actually riding the bus, right? Because there's a lot of inefficiencies because it's covering more students. So I wanted to shout out Dan for that. Chief Gamer, so happy to see you. And I just want to big you up for all of the work that you did at the Matterhorn. That really is an exceptional school. There aren't actually enough dual language seats in the Matterhorn because I'm always trying to refer new arrivals to see if they can, and there just aren't enough seats. And so I just think that it is just really a model, not only for the city of Boston, but for the country. I also believe recently in one of these settings, we talked about how the data actually shows that students, gen ed students in inclusive classrooms perform better, which I think is really interesting when you're talking about what diversity means and all sorts of diversity and exposure to that diversity. Everyone, right? We all do better when we all do better. Absolutely. And I think I just want to highlight that and I want to continue studying that to make sure that it remains the same. I also just want to shout out, because I always want to shout them out, the school librarians. I was just talking to them, and we have a lot of work to do still. I think there was a promise made by the school committee to make sure that every school has a library and a librarian, and we're not there. I think we're still a third of the schools without libraries. Yeah. In the hearings to follow, I will continue focusing on our buildings, building new buildings for our kids, making sure we're getting the number of schools right so that we are not only being cost effective, but making sure that our schools have everything that our kids need in our classroom, a gym, library, and we're missing the mark too many times. So my first question, I want to thank my colleagues. I have a lot of questions about the inclusion model to make sure that making sure they're adequately resourced. You know, as much as I think the data shows that gen ed students do better, we need to make sure that they're adequately resourced. And we also need to make sure that we are providing the right professional development initiatives for our teachers in inclusion settings, really in all of our schools, but we need to make sure that we are doing that. Are we working in partnership? I know that there are new partnerships with the Carroll School. Like, what else are we doing internally to make sure that we're preparing our students for inclusion classrooms?
Sure. So I want to say that, as I said before, that we are working as a cross-functional team. We recently also had conversations with Landmark because we know as our kids get older that they need support in executive functioning, right? So we're working really closely in terms of focusing on reading comprehension, written expression, but also...
And that's with the staff? Is that via the staff that you're focusing on that with staff so that they can focus on it with teachers and parents?
Yes. Okay. So we're looking at building professional development modules for our teaching staff and our support staff in those areas to really be explicit, especially at the secondary level for some of our students who are moving on, and the gap in terms of their readability is so wide. So I want to say that we're not focusing on the Carroll School because it's not a certified school for students with disabilities, but we have worked and partnered with, right now we're looking at Landmark. We also have worked with other Wilson Language. We have a contract with them in their trainings for our teaching staff. We also have a study that we're working with Mass General Hospital with our dyslexia study. So we have lots of partnerships in the community that we're looking at what we need to do to build our capacity, but also look at screenings for our students with language-based disabilities. So I think that as we move forward and we look at our instructional methodologies, we want to make sure that we really have some structures and systems in place as to how we're evaluating our students, because we don't want to evaluate students and identify them for a disability if in fact they do not have a disability. Mm-hmm. We want to make sure that we're really focusing on when we talk about that least restrictive environment and eligibility. So those are some of the things that we're looking at, but we are partnering within the district, but we're also working closely with our partners in teaching and learning to build that capacity around equitable literacy and reading and language development across the board from early childhood all the way up through elementary school. So those are some of the initiatives that we're currently doing.
Thank you. And then a follow-up to that is, I know that I was visiting the Kennedy School in East Boston, and we talked a lot about the burnout that our staff is facing, and I think this inclusion model and, adapting to new arrivals. I was just speaking this past weekend in Dorchester to a teacher who is at the Trotter and who is doing her best to welcome in the new arrivals. I'm thinking about what BPS is doing to address the the new burdens that we have on staff, on our teachers, and how we're dealing with that burnout. I think I was there in part, we were talking about tutoring models and how outside tutors, and how maybe in certain schools it's more palatable now because it's harder for teachers to, they teach a class and then afterwards, folks aren't as interested in sort of the additional just because of experiences of burnout. So what are we doing to address that?
Right. So I think there's a number of things, and I'm sure you guys want to jump into, but just the answer to the last one as well is like, we also use the PD for teachers. It's been dedicated for inclusive ed, and it will be going forward, so the mandatory PD. What we know is that our principals are trying to carve out as much time. We're also looking creatively to see how else we might be able to create more time that all teachers could benefit from PD relative to inclusive ed. And that's something we're working on with the union. In terms of the teacher piece, we're trying with our RCD, with our cultivation and diversity unit, to make sure it ranges from support for teachers who, in the pandemic, were licensed under emergency licenses and now are extremely stressed and trying to figure out how do they maintain and continue, to supporting them so that they can get their licensure, to offering lots of creative partnerships with our post-secondary, be it Simmons, be it Leslie. I mean, there's just so many of them that we then offer for teachers who want additional training. De-escalation is something that we now offer for all staff that are student-facing, and we're even looking at like our safety care and how to expand that for teachers who tend to be in like our ABA or our EI kinds of strands that might need additional de-escalation supports. So it's really trying to look at where the teacher is, what type of classroom they're in, the kind of support we're giving. I think the other is we have an employee assistance for staff that came out of lots of conversations with our union on that. And, really just trying on the regional support network model to identify the group of schools that a regional SUP has. They have some dollars in budget themselves under Dr. Eccleston's supervision and leadership to be able to then give those dollars depending on what the need is for teachers. So if they see, like I know in Region 1, several of the regions actually did a big training for their paras because they felt that for classroom teachers, if the more they can invest in the paraprofessionals, the more support the classroom teacher with a para would have. We also just got like a $6 million federal grant through the state and federal to be able to do a pipeline for paras to become teachers. So the more training that we can provide, additionally, the more supports, social emotional supports we can give in the form of our social workers, our bilingual supports, social workers in the SLIFE programming. Depending on the program, the more wraparound support we can give and the more capacity building we can do for teachers to give them the skills to be able to support their classes, then the better the field goes. So it's something we're very active with and constantly trying to listen and hear what those need points are.
Thank you, Superintendent. I believe my time is up. I have questions for you that I'd like to ask around equitable services, but I can hold those off. And I asked in another hearing if at a hearing we were talking about our school buildings, if we could have from you numbers. We're still waiting to figure out what schools are closing, what's not. Like, what do we feel like the cost efficiency is for the city? Like, what are the number of schools that we need? We're still waiting on that, sort of what is the plan, and I'd like to know what that is and what we're thinking about in terms of our school buildings.
Sure. May 22nd, we're going to be updating school committee publicly with what we see as this first phase of the long-term facilities plan. I'm happy to have a...
We'll be coming back.
May 21st, yeah.
Coming back here to do the same.
23rd?
23rd.
23rd?
Yep.
Yeah.
Even better, thank you.
Yeah, so after the superintendent updates the school committee, she'll be returning here to update us on the long-term facilities plan.
Awesome, thank you.
Great.
Councilor Weber, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Superintendent, do you have a few minutes?
I do. I'll
Okay.
definitely stay for first round, yeah.
Okay. I didn't want to take up the chair's time with the superintendent, but thank you very much for coming. I'm a BPS parent.
I had two kids who were both in BPS, and they both went to the Mission Hill School. So some of my questions are based on my experience with the school. So we're talking about inclusion. You know, my experience at Mission Hill, this is a full inclusion school. It resulted in some good things and some terrible things. And so what is, you know, so when I hear inclusion, I think this is a great idea, but, you know, for someone who went through that, what is your, you know, how are you going to make sure that the same issues don't come up? I mean, it would just seem like they wanted inclusion, but they didn't have the infrastructure in place, and there was a, you know, sort of, they didn't want to give kids IEPs. It just seemed to not, they didn't have enough resources. So what's your response?
Sure. So I think the difference, it's night and day, right, to hear, which is, you know, all 119 of our schools will be participating. There's be a continual progress monitoring on inclusive planning. The IPTs are a good check and balance in every school, that the school's clear on what they're trying to accomplish, how they're using resources, what their resources are, and where there's issues. So those are going to all get reported back. The regional structure, the way that we're doing that as well, it really lends itself to an accountability that hasn't existed in the past in the same way, because you've got a school soup and a team of district folks who are supporting and therefore to see things and for problems. So I do think that the broader field or context is very different than the context from autonomous schools or any school in the past, where they sort of had their own charge, their own thing that they were doing, but there wasn't necessarily a tie back to the district in all of that.
Okay, and I guess for Chief Seal, do you think that do some schools have a reluctance to give IEPs have in the past?
That's a difficult question, because I cringe and I think about, oh my God, there's no such thing as reluctance, right? Because we're obligated to make sure that we've ensured free and appropriate public education for our students if they have a suspected disability. And we're obligated to make sure that we've evaluated the students with a comprehensive evaluation to make that determination. So in answering the question, I would say absolutely that should not be a practice, because that is not the best practice, and it's also illegal. So if there is a process for us to evaluate our students, and if we're not providing IEP services or finding students eligible and providing those services, then I think we have a moral obligation, as well as we have a legal obligation to make sure that we've identified our students to receive those services.
Yeah, okay. I'm asking about this based on firsthand experience.
And just for something that's a little bit different than what was happening at the time when what happened in Mission Hill was happening. On the back end, so obviously Chief Seal knows all the instructional stuff about special ed that I don't know. But the thing that I do know from the back-end operational side is, for a long time, BPS created systems and structures that divided kids based on their disability and said, you can go to school here, you can't go to school there because your IEP says this, that, or the other. And that put pressure on schools to say that we want our IEP process to say something different, either so that the kid can stay or that so that the kid has to leave, both of which are bad. And the big thing about this new process that's different is, for the vast majority of kids and the vast majority of IEPs, nothing changes about where they go to school, right? And so at a Mission Hill, for example, right, if something changed about that student's IEP to say they needed a majority of their time in substantially separate education, they would have to leave Mission Hill. The district rule was they had to leave, right? That was the old way. And that's not the way then going forward, right? And that's part of what's changing that I think will help alleviate some of this pressure to do things that are illegal or just wrong, right?
Yeah.
Because they're not the right thing for kids, and we're creating the systems and structures to make sure that those incentives are aligned.
Will BPS keep data on requests for IEPs that were denied, will allow us to evaluate?
100%.
Do you keep it now?
We do, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, I think that was an unfortunate, like a very tragic exception there. But what I will say is our data actually points to the opposite, which is we too quickly go to an IEP to solve a student's perceived issue, as opposed to using multi-tiered student support as it should be, so the student can stay in general education.
Yeah, thank you. And it just, you know, my son, after Mission Hills at Boston Arts Academy, he's a junior. He's having a great experience. He gets all the support he needs.
Awesome.
My daughter's at the Curly, so I'm not trying to
that's
frame all
great.
of BPS like this. So I had another question. So before going to this inclusion model, did BPS request information from school leaders, principals about what kinds of staffing they would need? It's just a yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, and then, so what I've been told is that BPS is meeting like 40% of the staffing requested from the school leaders. Is that accurate? Or not 100%? I don't, you know.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I can say for sure, right, is that there's always another thing we wish we could have done. There's no way if we're meeting 100% of what people think a kid might need, someone's lying, right? We always wish we could have more money to spend, another thing to buy. So yes, we were not able to meet the needs of every single request that came in, because the job of the schools in this process was to request a lot, right? And then that gave us the opportunity to review and understand what are the things that are most needed to meet the needs of kids, right? And then really go back and identify those things that are required and put those in.
I think there was a lot of blurring in the requests with positions that had previously been funded on ESSER and were no longer being funded because ESSER went away. So what happened was school communities would put those positions onto the IPT. So I think it was a very, very thorough process, and I think that what at day's end was funded was over and above the compliance of the student, the additional supports to be able to do a team approach in the inclusive ed environment for the grades that we've allocated. There were some schools that put forward a proposal to do all grades. We can't do all grades right now. We're really trying to focus and kind of roll out very systematically.
Is there a plan to increase the resources for this inclusion? How?
Every year for the next several years, this will be what we bring before this body as the major investment.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I just I don't know how much time I have left.
30 seconds.
Okay. I guess so. In my district, and we're talking about maybe not using a one-size-fits-all model, but parents at the Manning School are very concerned. They have an inclusion model. They're being told they have to change it. You know, what's your response to them?
I know you looked at this one, so.
There's been several meetings with the Manning School to look at their inclusive plan and also to look at the level of services for students that are at the Manning School. Once again, as we said, there are certain students that have been at the Manning School that needed more services, and that we've had to reconvene teams to look at level services for the school. It's my understanding that the Manning School did receive the appropriate IPT allocations for staffing, given their enrollment numbers and also given their class size, in order to meet their obligation as part of the inclusive planning team.
Okay, are you done with that process, or are you going to work? Is there more work to be done with the Manning?
There's ongoing meetings with the Manning and also with their student council and working with the principal, but my understanding is that the budget process has completed. In regards to allocations, I would defer to the
Yeah, so the thing that is ongoing is review of how student needs are changing and additional funding for that. So if nothing is changing about the level of need, then that part of the budget is set. But we do have money. This was the reserve that was mentioned earlier, is to identify, when we identify student needs that aren't able to be met, new student needs that aren't able to be met in the existing school or program, right? Then we have money in reserve to hire more teachers or paraprofessionals or other staff to support those needs.
Okay, I just close with one comment. Thank you, Chair. We heard from in the capital budget hearing that if schools are going to be closed, it's going to be maybe announced in May, but that those schools won't be closed for another full school year, so families will have a chance to, prepare.
Correct.
And so that was an answer that I like to hear, and I'm glad you're
Absolutely.
Supporting that, because I thank you.
Thank you, Council Weber. A lot of questions around inclusion. My question is, how would BPS measure success for inclusion plans? And how would you guys track it and communicate, your success or where we need to improve? How you guys communicate that out? So measure and then.
Sure. So, I think ultimately it goes back to IEP goals with the students. And if they're making those goals, same with language goals for our multilingual learners, if those are being achieved at the student level, then we know that we're doing something right. I think where we find that there may be situations, and the reason we've allotted the reserve is because there might be students who come in or their needs change, and that wasn't able to be considered at the time the IPT put its plan forward. That's why we're holding those additional resources to add back in. But this really is about students from the beginning to the end, and whether or not our special education students and multilingual learners have the choices, and most importantly, are making the academic progress that their counterparts are.
And
may I also add, I really think it's also important when we talk about that continuum of services, then clearly as we look at building our design for service options for our students, we want to build that capacity for continuum services. And how are we going to measure that metrics? We're going to measure the metrics because we're going to look at our decrease of students, Black, Brown, and Latinx students being placed in the most restrictive settings. So we're hoping that through our interventions, through multi-tier systems of support, and also through our investments, that we're going to look at providing services to keep our students as close to general education as possible. But the IEP team makes that determination, but we're going to be looking at our reduction of placing kids into the most restrictive setting. But once again, that is an IEP team decision.
And through the lens for multilingual learners, I think of like student success being increased ELD levels through access, progress monitoring through MAP scores for students, attendance. If kids are happy, they're coming to school. Early college access, especially for our secondary students, and climate surveys. The kids from grades 3 and up are going to tell us how they feel.
Awesome. And how will we report this out?
Oh, we'll be reporting this annually, right, as part of school committee. We'll also give written reports to the council or present, whichever you prefer.
Awesome. How are we making our classrooms that are staying separate more inclusive? Are we bringing them in with general education students for lunch, recess, or?
We're currently doing that now. There are opportunities for some of our kids, and then, once again, that's done through the IEP process, where some of our students may start their day in a learning center in a gen ed classroom. Some of our students may be also going to electives like art, music, gym with their peers to be more inclusive. So that's really the culture and climate of the school, but it's also our obligation in terms of working with school-based teams to make sure that our students have as much access with their peers as possible.
And I'm a big advocate for expanding the learning day. So how are we connecting our students with who need special education supports with outside tutoring that go beyond the school day?
Right, so I think this is exciting, and this is part of kind of our hub model in general, is really trying to look at how partners at nonprofit, can be for-profit, but community-based, are able to sort of help vacation times, evenings, after school. We have all kinds of mentoring, tutoring programs going on, but we're using the hub schools as sort of the model by which identifying with the community what they would like. So when the community says, we want lots of opportunities for that after-school period of time, then we're in these areas, then we're working to bring those in. So there's lots of active conversations with the business community, with our nonprofits and partners. We had a Zoom it had probably about 400 partners on it last month that are just eager and wanting to come into BPS.
And I do have a few questions for Director McSwain. But also next year, one of the requests from the council was to have a budget book on BPS. Can we see that next year?
Yes,
Awesome.
for sure. Heard.
Great question. And as Director McSwain comes down, for children on IEPs who might be navigating a new school placement, what more can we do to support those families?
So this would be like a choice. I mean, you can speak from the IEP team side, right, and the supports that are in there with the coast, but I think any student that's coming into a new school setting, our family liaisons, the grade level teacher, it's an all around, right, to help that student feel like, hey, this is my new school, here's the resources that are here, and a sense of belonging.
And I'd also add, working closely with our Welcome Center and our Family Engagement Center, I see that there's so many initiatives and wraparound services that they have provided to our community and to our families to help them to navigate that process. And as I said before, we really work closely with that center and also with the family liaisons to make sure that we've provided the necessary support and trainings to help them understand what they can do to also help to guide families, but also to support them along the process as well.
Awesome. And then for universal pre-K, how are we servicing special education students? And if they're not inside of a BPS, program, how are we getting them the services that they need?
Sure. Counselor, I actually also want to introduce to you Tiara Dias, who is the Universal Pre-K Director, and she's also serving as the interim Director of the Office of Early Childhood at Boston Public Schools. So we're going to tag team on the answers.
Tag team it, all right.
So let's start with your question about special education. So right now, there's a number of ways that we serve young people who have an IEP in our UPK classrooms in the community-based setting. So one is they came in with an IEP, maybe they came in at 4, they had one at 3, they've left a BPS school, they've come in from a different district, and we're able to serve them in our community-based sites for speech, OT, PT, and some behavioral health services. Tiara and her team have actually been working on expanding that to doing some pre-academic minutes, but we haven't yet implemented that. So that's young people who come in to BPS and into our community-based settings already in an IEP. And I'm going to let Tiara talk about the process for identifying young people if they start in a community-based setting and then move onto an IEP.
Yeah, so if they start, the goal is to try and keep them in the setting if possible. And so we follow the BPS procedures to have the observations, the child find, and in an ideal situation, as mentioned, speech, OT, behavior health, we try and keep them in their center-based location.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And this is, I guess, a question for both teams. We might have some mergers, which might leave some schools vacant. Are we exploring any sites where we can expand more UPK seats?
Yes, always. One of our fastest growing populations are K0 students who need early intervention or a substantially separate setting. So we need to look at every place we possibly can because we're not going to be able to bring anything like newer buildings online quick enough for the rate of the population that's growing.
Anything from? Yeah.
It's a lot of pandemic delay.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. And when we're exploring sites, just want to advocate District 4. We have a lot of schools, but also a lot of demand.
Yeah.
With that said, we'll go to public testimony. I know Superintendent Skipper, you have to leave. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you to all the counselors for your questions.
I know you'll be
Appreciate
back
it.
on May 23rd, right?
Yes, whenever you tell me I'm back, yes.
All right. Thank you. Awesome. We'll now move forward with public testimony. When your name is called, please come down to one of the two podiums and state your name, neighborhood, and or organization and affiliation. Please speak into the microphone and please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Denise Carvalho?
Caravaggio.
Okay. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Yasmir Lorenzo. Soy residente de South End.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Yasmir Lorenzo, and I'm a resident of South End.
Como madre con una condición en tiempos pasados, tuve mi IEP con la condición de retención de aprendizaje. Obtuve 136 terapias ocupacionales en la Oficina de Educación Especial y la Administración de Rehabilitación Vocacional en Puerto Rico.
As a mother with a disability in the past, I had my IEP with the condition of learning, retention, that lack of retention and learning. I had 136 occupational therapy in the Office of Special Education and also in the administration in Rehabilitation Vocational School in Puerto Rico.
Habiendo cogido esas terapias, me fui superando poco a poco por medio de mis estudios y la ayuda de mi madre, que siempre estuvo al pendiente de mí. Hoy en día soy quien soy gracias a ella.
So, being able to receive all of those kinds of therapies, I was able to overcome little by little all of those disabilities barriers. And I was able to continue with my studies and also with the help of my mother, who was always there for me. And I am who I am right now thanks to her.
Por eso estoy aquí, para poner en alto mi voz, por historias como la mía, quien les habla. Pude continuar estudiando porque tuve una intervención temprana y ayuda apropiada. Por eso quiero pedirles a ustedes, ya que ustedes son los concejales, que nos representen, que presionen al distrito educativo para que los estudiantes con altas necesidades especiales tengan mejores programas.
And that is why I'm here today. I'm here to raise my voice. Because there are stories like mine who they cannot speak. But I was able to continue with my studies because I was able to receive early intervention and the appropriate support. And that's why I'm here. I'm asking all of you, city council members who represent us, I'm asking you to put pressure to the education district so that they can provide everything that the students need, the special education students, they need to receive these appropriate services.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Sonia Medina.
Dijo Sonia Medina.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Yajaira, vivo en South End y mi hija estudia en la Escuela Pública de Boston. Estoy aquí hoy levantando mi voz por los padres que no pueden asistir.
Good afternoon, my name is Yahaira Rivera. I live in South End. I have a daughter who goes to the Boston Public School. I am here raising my voice on behalf of those parents who couldn't make it.
Queremos una mejor educación para los estudiantes multilingües, educación especial. Queremos maestros que sean bilingües y necesitamos más para profesional porque los salones de clase están sobrepoblados y la carga estudiantil es demasiada. El maestro tiene que hacer el trabajo de 2 o más y necesitamos más presupuesto para así obtener más y mejores recursos para el proceso de planificación.
We want what's best for multilingual learners, for special need education. We want more bilingual teachers. We want more paraprofessionals. We want more paraprofessionals in the classrooms because there's so many students. They're overworked, and there's a lot of students and a lot of demand of the students. The teacher has to do double the work, has to be like two jobs, because we need more money. We need more money in the budget so that we can provide those resources in the process of the planification. They said that IEP, how do you call it? The team implementation, the plan. So we need more help for that process.
Queremos que cuando apruebe este presupuesto, los estudiantes aprendices del idioma inglés esté presente en sus mentes y necesitamos que lo tomen en cuenta. Muchas gracias.
So when you approve this budget, I want you to please keep in mind the English language learner students. I want you all to have them in your minds because we want you to take them into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Yasmir Lorenzo? Oh, okay. Okay. Hortensia Calderon?
Buenas tardes. Aquí. Voy a leer un mensaje de una madre, su nombre es Sonia Medina.
I'm going to read a message about a mother. Her name is Sonia Medina.
Ella no pudo estar presente porque se le presentó una emergencia médica con su hijo.
She couldn't be here because she had an emergency with her son.
Pero ella no quería perder la oportunidad de expresar su opinión.
But she didn't want to miss this opportunity to express her opinion.
Soy madre mentora. Estoy en la escuela Orchard Gardens.
I'm a parent mentor, and I'm the Orchard Garden School.
Estoy aquí para pedir su atención, ya que necesitamos más fondos para que nuestros estudiantes multilingües no se alejen más de sus idiomas nativos.
So I am here to ask for more budget. Está aquí arriba, en mis ojos. So I am here to ask for your attention that we need more funds for our multilingual learners. So these multilingual learners cannot forget their native language.
Como madre, quiero apelar a la sensibilidad, ya que en mi voluntariado, mi tiempo en un salón dentro de la escuela de mi hijo, y estoy viendo que una aula tiene 25 estudiantes.
As a mother, I want to appeal to ask you to be sensitive because I am a volunteer. I am given my time. I'm volunteering in a classroom in my son's school. And what I'm seeing a classroom that has 25 students.
Y en esa clase tienen varios niños que acaban de llegar de diferentes países. Es algo preocupante cuando esos niños no entienden lo que la maestra está diciendo.
And what I'm seeing in that classroom is I'm seeing many students that are recent arrivals coming from different countries. And this is something very concerning, that those kids, they cannot understand what the teacher is telling them.
En diciembre 11, 2023, yo tuve una experiencia que me llenó de mucha tristeza y frustración cuando estaba donde los niños estaban tomando el examen MAP y viendo algunos estudiantes que no sabían lo que estaban haciendo y no pudieron hacer nada, no pudieron completar el examen.
On December 11th, 2023, I had an experience that filled me with so much sadness and frustration when I saw the students were taking the MAP exam or the MAP test, and I saw some of the students, they didn't know what they were doing. They were not able to complete this test.
Ver las caritas de esos niños frente a una computadora queriendo lograr su objetivo, no poder hacerlo, y lo más lamentable es que la maestra quiere hacer su trabajo pero nada más habla inglés y tiene en su clase niños de diferentes idiomas.
Just to see in the little faces of those kids, to be in front of a computer, trying to achieve their goals, but they couldn't do anything. It was very unfortunate that also the teacher wanted to do her job, but she couldn't do anything because she only spoke English.
Necesitamos más maestros bilingües.
And the kids in that classroom speak different languages, and we need more bilingual teachers.
Esa no es la educación que queremos para nuestros hijos y el futuro de nuestros estudiantes. Necesitamos que sean tomados en cuenta. En sus manos está aprobar presupuesto justo para darles mejores oportunidades. No los olviden.
This is not the education that we want for our kids, for the future of our students. We need you to take this into account. It is in your hands to approve this budget, to approve this just and fair budget, to give better opportunity to our students. Don't forget them.
Gracias.
Thank you. Johnny McInnes?
Hold on, one more.
Yeah, Johnny. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Chair Worrell, Pepin, and members of the Boston City Council. My name is Johnny McInnes. I am the political director for the Boston Teachers Union. I am here representing educators in the Boston Teachers Union who have shared their concerns about this BPS budget and how it will adequately fund inclusive education, special education, and services for multilingual learners. The BTU believes in inclusion done right, which means fighting for fully supported and funded inclusive classrooms, the services our students deserve, and putting an end to a single teacher having to do the job of 2 or more educators at once, which deprives students with disabilities and multilingual learners of the additional specialized support they need and deserve. Our educators have shared a few things, and these are quotes from them. Even when our inclusion planning team presented all the service minutes per grade that are already in students' IEPs, we were still not funded for the special education services needed that exist. Another individual, next year, my class is moving to an inclusion model, and I was told my students on IEPs will be supported by a licensed special education teacher who will split their time between my class and another class. When they are not supporting my class, I will be alone, but I am not currently licensed in special education. One more, I am interested in whether my school will move to a transitional bilingual dual language model, and knowing more about the timeline and organizational aspects of the shift. To do it right, we must have systems, materials, and training in place with the dedicated leadership necessary. Today, we ask the Council to, 1, ensure that this budget will provide students with services they deserve without relying on a single teacher to do the job of a special education, ESL, and general education teacher alone. We know of no other district in the nation that does this. Second, ensure that this budget will increase opportunities for students with disabilities to learn alongside their general education peers. Third, ensure that this budget will provide our multilingual learners with the sheltered instruction and bilingual education opportunities they deserve. And last, ensure that this budget creates a more inclusive district without sacrificing the integrity of the teaching profession and our students' futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Glennis Moya?
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Hortensia Calderón.
Vivo en Roxbury y soy parte del equipo de el programa de Padres Mentores de San Stevens. Mi nombre es Hortensia Calderón, vivo en Roxbury, tengo 2 nietas que asisten a la escuela Hurley. Mis nietas han tenido mucha suerte de estar en una escuela como la Hurley, ya que es una de las pocas escuelas bilingües que hay en el distrito educativo. Mis nietas hablan y escriben perfectamente el inglés y el español. El ejemplo de esta escuela debe de servir de modelo inspirador para que el Distrito Educativo de Boston promueva la contratación de más maestros bilingües.
Good afternoon, City Councilors. I'm part of the Parent Mentor Program at St. Stephen's Youth Program. My name is Hortensia Calderon. I live in Roxbury. I have 2 grandkids that goes to the Hurley School. My granddaughters have been so lucky to be able to attend a school like the Hurley, because the Hurley is one of the few bilingual schools that the district has. My granddaughters speak and they write very well in English and Spanish. The example of that school should be seen, looked at as a model that can inspire, so that the district of Boston can promote the hiring of more bilingual teachers.
Sin embargo, en la escuela Hurley, que ha sido considerada una escuela modelo, es triste lo que está pasando en estos momentos. Están poniendo a nuestra principal y al gobierno de la escuela en una situación muy difícil, porque con el recorte presupuestario que está recibiendo, se están viendo obligados a tomar decisiones difíciles, como recortar posiciones de maestros y paraprofesionales bilingües.
However, the Hurley School has been seen as a model school, but sadly, what's happening right now is that they're putting our principal and the governing board in a very difficult situation, because they have to make cuts in their budget and they can't hire more bilingual teachers and paraprofessionals.
Quiero pedirles que intercedan para que, por favor, la escuela tenga un presupuesto justo, ya que por ser una escuela con lenguaje dual, demanda tener más maestros bilingües y paradójicamente los están perdiendo por falta de recursos económicos. Muchas gracias por la oportunidad.
I want to ask the members of the council to please to intervene and to think about to make just a fair budget, because this is a dual language school, which means it demands to have more bilingual teachers. But paradoxically, what's happened right now is that a lot of bilingual teachers are being lost for the lack of funds. Thank you very much for this opportunity to express myself.
Thank you. Anyone? Oh, John?
Excuse me. One more.
One more? Okay, go ahead.
El de Denis Caraballo. El de Denis Caraballo. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Sujei Rondón. Soy organizadora de familias de San Steven y estoy leyendo un testimonio en nombre de Denis Caraballo, que estaba aquí, se tuvo que marchar a recoger su hijo.
Good afternoon. My name is Suhei. I'm a parent organizer with the St. Stephen's Youth Program, and I am going to read a testimony of Denise, a parent who was here, but she had to leave to pick up her kid.
Okay, one more.
Aquí está. Aquí, Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Denise Caraballo. Vivo en Roxbury, tengo 2 hijos que asisten a las escuelas públicas de Boston. Gracias por la oportunidad.
Good afternoon. My name is Denise Caraballo. I live in Roxbury. I have 2 kids who attend BPS. Thank you for this opportunity.
Vengo a abogar por uno de mis hijos que está en Blaston School, donde en menos de 6 meses ya ha tenido 3 maestros. Ahora mismo el salón lo dirige un paraprofesional, señor Navarro, que gracias a él, que es bilingüe, he podido estar vinculada en todo lo que pasa con mi hijo. Pero cada vez que hay una evaluación, él no está autorizado para brindar algunas informaciones o planes a futuro.
So I'm here today to advocate for my kids. One of them is at the Blackstone School, where in less than 6 months, my kid has had 3 different teachers. And right now, the one who is in charge of the classroom is a paraprofessional, Mr. Navarro. And thanks to him, he is bilingual. I've been able to be more involved on what's going on with my son's education. But every time there is an evaluation, this paraprofessional is not authorized to provide some information or plans about my son's future.
Estoy aquí ya que están coordinando y estableciendo el presupuesto de Boston Public School. Me gustaría que presionen al distrito educativo para que involucren a las familias en saber los programas que hay en las escuelas para los estudiantes multilingües. ¿Cuáles ventajas y desventajas de cada programa hay? ¿Qué está haciendo Boston Public School para que esta falta de maestro y estos cambios en los salones no afecte a nuestros estudiantes, especialmente a los que tienen un Individual Education Plan? Que son niños con necesidades especiales, que cada escuela tenga el staff necesario para cumplir con las necesidades de cada estudiante.
I am here because I know that they're coordinating in how to create the budget for BPS. And I would like to ask the City Council to put pressure on the district, on the educational district, so that the district can involve the families about and inform them about the programs that they exist in the schools, especially for multilingual students, such as what are the advantages, disadvantages of each program, what is BPS doing about the lack of teachers and the different changes that happen in the different classrooms. And that affects students, especially students with an IEP, which these are kids with special needs, and that we want schools to have the necessary staff to comply with the needs of each student.
Como autoridades competentes, ayuden a las familias a tener un presupuesto que ayude a un mejor rendimiento académico, emocional y social de los estudiantes aprendices del idioma inglés y aprendices del idioma inglés con disabilidades. Muchas gracias.
As competent representatives of the authority, please help families to have a budget that can improve the outcome, the academic outcome of the students, the emotional and social learning development of each student, especially the English language learners and English language learners with disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we'll go to John Mandel. John? Mud. Yeah, Mud.
Mr. Chair, members, my name is John Mudd. I'm a longtime education advocate in Boston, And some of you know that I was a member of the ELL task force of the school committee who resigned in protest over BPS's failed approach to the education of multilingual learners and multilingual learners with disabilities. By the standard measures, BPS has been failing these students for years. Over 90% of English learners and over 90% of English learners with disabilities have failed to pass MCAS tests in English language arts and math. Large portions of English learning students have not met their learning goals under the access tests. There was a fundamental difference between the approach of the researchers, advocates, and educators on the ELL task force and what BPS is proposing. We believe that it is critically important to build on the foundation of native language in the instruction of multilingual learners as a better way to learn academic English, as the basis for becoming bilingual and biliterate for those who want to achieve that goal, and as a fundamental way to show respect for the identities and cultures of multilingual students. The research, the evidence, and the data support this approach. Despite this, BPS is implementing English immersion in general education classes with ESL support. And let's be clear, ESL support is not instruction in native language. In fact, the research shows that many programs that use native language in instruction, from early or late exit transitional bilingual education, various ways of doing dual language programs, have better outcomes than English immersion with ESL support. Sadly, I think, the BPS English immersion ship has sailed. I don't think you'll be able to turn it around completely, but you can insist on delay until you get answers to critical questions. What is actually the evidence that English immersion proposed under the BPS inclusion plan will benefit these multilingual learners and multilingual learners with disabilities? Before BPS has delayed implementation to just K1, K2 students this year, or next year, excuse me. But before BPS authorizes the expansion of the plan to other grades, BPS needs to give you and all of us an updated report on the results of the MCAS and access tests for this coming year. Or the year that has just passed, and the reports on those test results this coming fall. And I would recommend that your committees on education and committees on accountability schedule a hearing to hear those results, and if the results are not positive, then let's all rethink where we go. I've given you all copies of the testimony. There are critical issues, as the parents have pointed out, in expanding bilingual teachers. And what are the targets? What are we going to do? We report on diversity by race and ethnicity, but we need to report on diversity of language in the Boston Public Schools and expand that approach. Thank you very much for indulging me.
Thank you, John, and sorry about getting your last name wrong.
Listen, lots of people can't believe that I have that last name. Mud isn't too common. Thank you again, sir.
Thank you. Now we'll go to virtual testimony. Starting with Roseanne Tung.
Hello. I'm one of the 9 BPS English Learner Task Force members who resigned last fall. Since then, we've joined forces with the Teachers Union and community organizers to form the Multilingual Learners Alliance. and it is in this capacity that I testify today. My comments reflect my research expertise and my experience as someone who lost my first language. First, I want to share 4 undisputed, long-standing facts about multilingual learning. Being bilingual is good for the brain. The more home language used in the classroom, the better the outcomes. ELs who reach fluency outperform those who were never ELs. And the 2017 Look Act allows BPS to bring back bilingual programs that develop home language and use it for instruction, and to add English, but only 7% of multilingual learners are currently enrolled in them. We need to replace regressive policies like English only and leaving multilingual learners in sink or swim situations with ones that respect Bostonians, who bring cultural and linguistic wealth to our communities. My 2 main points today are: ask families what they want and provide additive language programs that support biliteracy. First, the BPS budget should reflect authentic family and educator engagement. Families and teachers should understand the 4 undisputed facts. They should know that learning English does not mean you have to lose home language. Then, when presented with what language programs exist and work best, families should get to choose which ones they want in BPS schools. My second point is, given BPS's stated goal of biliteracy, the budget should reflect more additive program options at each grade level. The biggest bottleneck for bilingual programs is staffing. It would be a win-win in terms of cultural and linguistic responsiveness to develop future educators from our communities for our schools through pipeline programs and bilingual endorsement pathways that work. Let me end with the habit of putting ourselves in the shoes of others. If any one of us moved with our school-aged child to, let's say, Norway, I'm hoping none of you speak Norwegian, what would we want in terms of schooling for them? Besides learning Norwegian, would we want our child to also continue to improve their English? Would we want our child to be able to communicate with relatives when we visited Boston in the summers? Would we at least want that choice? I'll just close with an offer to meet with any of you so that we can have a true dialogue about what evidence-based policies and programs that build on the assets of our residents rather than take them away. Thank you.
Thank you, Roseanne. Jakira Rogers.
Good afternoon. My name is Jakira Rogers, and I am an East Boston resident. Additionally, I am a member of Boston Education Justice Alliance and committed to advancing educational equity. Students with disabilities are entitled to receive a free and appropriate education, and this budget process must include equitable investments to meet the individual needs of all students. This budget process must acknowledge and affirm the intersecting identities and needs of all students with disabilities. This process must advance system-wide efforts that celebrate and honor neurodiversity in BPS so that every BPS school and every BPS classroom is equipped to meet the individual needs of all students with disabilities. Disabilities cannot be ignored to balance the budget. Equitable inclusion cannot happen if there is an absence of investment in our young people with disabilities who can and will thrive if offered high-quality services and support that are tailored to meet their needs. All students deserve access to the least restrictive education setting. Both historically and presently, Black and Brown students have been overrepresented in substantially separate learning environments. Not only does this budget need to address educational segregation, the district must meet the needs of these students who have experienced the most disinvestment. This budget must be rooted in equity, repairing harm, and meeting needs. This budget must strategically address the lack of educational access that Black and Brown students have. It must address the various ways that Black and brown students with disabilities are excluded and pushed away from their education. Simply placing students in general education settings is not enough. How is its budget going to address the exclusionary practices, prejudice, and bias that exclude these students in the first place? What is the investment in addressing education equities and disparities that exist today for Black and brown students that are rooted in racism and anti-Blackness? What does professional development and unlearning look like to dismantle the racial disparities seen within the district? Through the Inclusive Education Plan, the student makeup of classrooms will look different. How does the budget ensure that these students with disabilities are psychologically safe and the budget process can be an opportunity to reimagine what access and opportunity looks like for students with disabilities. Additionally, this process can work to address longstanding systemic issues that have led to the achievement gap and education disparities that exist in BPS today. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll go to the additional testimony. We have a few recorded videos that will be played now.
Buenas tardes, soy Paula Ortiz, vivo en Dorchester. Mis hijos estudiaron en BPS.
Good afternoon, my name is Paula Ortiz and I live in Dorchester. My children studied at BPS.
El día de hoy vengo a abogar por la escuela de mi sobrino JC Gómez.
Today I'm here to advocate for the school of my nephew, JC Gomez.
Ya que mi hermana se siente muy contenta con la educación que está recibiendo en la escuela bilingüe Rafael Hernández.
Because my sister feels very good about the education, the bilingual education that he is receiving at the Hernández School.
Porque mi sobrino mantiene una buena y efectiva comunicación con nosotras las familias.
Because my nephew has a good communication with us, his family.
Que no hablan inglés.
That don't speak English.
Pero el año que viene cortarán posiciones en esta magnífica escuela.
But next year they're cutting positions in this magnificent school.
Hoy que están hablando del presupuesto.
And today, since you're talking about the budget,
estoy aquí para pedir que por favor, al aprobar el presupuesto, piensen en los beneficios de esta escuela.
And I'm here today to ask you that as you are approving this budget, think about the benefits for this incredible school.
Que tiene programas de doble lenguaje y colaboren todo. Que no pierdan dinero, mucho menos posiciones.
That has this incredible dual language program and support for all. So please don't cut the money or the positions.
El presupuesto de la escuela pública de Boston está ahora en sus manos.
The Boston Public Schools budget is now in your hands.
Quiero pedirle que al aprobar no se olviden de los estudiantes aprendices del idioma inglés.
And I want to ask you that as you approve it, please don't forget about the multilingual learner students.
Y aprendices de inglés con discapacidades, ellos necesitan de su apoyo.
And the multilingual learners with disabilities, they need your support.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Simel Rodríguez y soy una inmigrante de República Dominicana.
Good afternoon, my name is Simel Rodríguez and I am an immigrant from the Dominican Republic.
Trabajo en un salón de inclusión en una de las escuelas de BPS en primer grado.
I work in an inclusion classroom at one of the Boston Public Schools in the first grade.
Me encuentro aquí como madre abogando para solicitar más apoyo para los estudiantes aprendices del idioma inglés.
I am here as a mother advocating for more support for students who are English language learners.
Esto se logra con un presupuesto justo.
This can be accomplished through a fair budget.
Nuestra escuela, como tantas escuelas en Boston, se está viendo afectada por la falta de personal y falta de recursos.
Our school, like so many schools in Boston, is being affected by a lack of staffing and a lack of resources.
La tasa más baja de graduación es de los estudiantes multilingües.
The lowest graduation rate is that of multilingual students.
Ustedes tienen el poder para poder cambiar esto.
You have the power to change this.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Yolanda Ceballos, República Dominicana.
Good afternoon. My name is Yolanda Ceballos from Dominican Republic, and I am representing.
Estoy representando a mis nietos. Estoy aquí.
I'm representing my grandchildren. I am here today.
Testificando que el presupuesto.
Giving testimony that the budget.
De Boston Public School.
For Boston Public Schools.
Tome en cuenta.
Needs to take into account.
A los estudiantes.
Our students.
Multilingües.
Who are multilingual.
Que son más de 40%.
Who make up more than 40%.
Estudiantes en Boston.
Of students in Boston.
Y necesitan más consideración.
And they need to be given more consideration.
Y mejores recursos.
And better resources.
Gracias.
Thank you.
My name is Carla Cardoza. I am a parent at Roger Clapp School. As a parent, we need to be involved in the decision making in how Title I money is spent. We also need to know what is happening with the unspent money of the Title I budget. Why is that money's not being sent? Title I should be spent for multilingual learning needs, staff, and service.
My name is Ikram. I have students in public school. I'm so happy to give my testimony today. I will talk about my experience like a mom who has IEP student. All students who has IEP need support like emotional support to avoid any problems with their personality. That's why I'm here to tell you that when approving their budget for Boston Public Schools, you need to remember our special education students. They need more attention, better program. Thank you.
Hi, my name is April McCall. I'm a parent at Roger Clapp Elementary School, and I feel we need to have a conversation on what programs are in our schools, and we should be able to make the information and decisions and weigh the pros and cons of each option. We ask that the BPS develop a school by school process that engages families and educations to understand the benefits of bilingual and create a program based on the needs and best interest of the families. Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Jessica Stasio. As a parent of a BPS student, I am a behavior supporting parent on the multilingual plan learner program, so that they use to allocate budget according and accurately in the native language of our children, implement them as a teacher in the first years of elementary school, as well as for students who have immigrated to this country for the first time and are faced with the reality of learning a new language like is English. Thank you very much.
Good evening, my name is Elsa Cruz. I'm parent mentor in Orchard Garden School. I do my support the multilingual learn program because when I come from Cape Verde 2 years ago, my daughter had a problem interacting in her classroom. She didn't speak English and her teacher only spoke in English. She didn't have any support. So I support family with the same problem. I ask for your attention and to take into account these cases that have been happening in order to reduce cases of frustration our students. Thank you for opportunity.
I want to thank everyone who came to testify. I think we just had a hat trick. We had in person, recorded, and also written testimony, and that it's encouraging and makes me excited and happy. So thank you for everyone who submitted testimony, wrote in, or showed up today. I'll now like to turn it back over to my colleagues for another round of questioning. We'll probably have another 2 hours, so hopefully those... I'm
Oh boy, my wife might actually kill me if that's true.
So Vice Chair Pepin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Y antes de comenzar con mi pregunta, les quiero dar las gracias a ustedes por estar aquí hoy porque me llena de orgullo escuchar sus voces. No es todos los días que tengo voces latinas, dominicanas específicamente. Aquí en el concilio me recuerda mucho de mi mamá cuando estaba batallando por mí en la Hurley School. So, Hortensia, te escucho, a las otras mamás y a las tías, a la abuela, te escucho y estoy aquí para batallar por ustedes. So, gracias por estar aquí. So I just recognize the fact, I love getting the fact that we have Spanish speakers here. I don't always get that in the council chamber, so just wanted to thank them for that. I believe it was Councilor Anderson that brought up the question about data and how do we just keep data of the IEP students and their needs and how can we better serve them. And it made me think about the disconnect that exists between the healthcare system and our schools in general. Has BPS considered the idea of partnering with our local hospitals, thinking specifically BMC, who have a lot of community health workers and social workers who are already doing a lot of outreach to the families and understanding the exact needs each family have? I understand that there may be obstacles such as FERPA and HIPAA that we have to work around with the state to make sure that we are in accordance with that. But there's currently 6 states, Massachusetts not being one of them, that are currently using the INCK model, the Integrated Care for Kids model, where there is a health system that has integrated school and health records for all kids, which has led for the public school system of those 6 states to just have a broader understanding of the exact needs of each of their students. Have we explored that idea or anything similar to that?
I don't think we're quite the right people to answer that question for you, but we'll take it back and certainly get you an answer.
Absolutely. What I'll do is I'll give it to the chair and
that would be great.
Hopefully get a question for you all.
For sure.
And then my final question is, how does this budget reduce the overrepresentation of BPS students in substantially separate classrooms and increase inclusive opportunities, specifically for Black and Latino male students and English learners?
Do you want to take that? Well, I'll start with multilingual learners. I think the approach that we're taking with this inclusive ed is really intentional in terms of providing services for students. And I think with my department really thinking of how we can branch out more native language access for students across the district, I think it's really gonna create better outcomes, more successful outcomes for our students, because when we look at the data of where we are, especially for our secondary students, it's not where our families intended their children to be, right? So I was talking about that parent earlier that came in and their number one concern is education for their children, and they want to see their students have joy, access to native language support. They want their child to graduate. They want their child to have as many opportunities as their monolingual peers, as in early college access, AP courses. So those are the things that I think my department and this inclusive ed plan is really ensuring that there's more access for the students across the district, because before and traditionally when we look at the data, it wasn't really existing for our students.
And I would briefly add, I think that what's really impactful is the fact that we're leveraging our resources. There are so many resources and services in BPS, from our strand specialists to our inclusion coaches to our MTSS coordinators. And I think what this plan is going to do is going to leverage those resources so that we can work strategically to meet the needs of all of our students. And also in terms of making sure that as we do that, that we build capacity and relationships with our families moving forward.
Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
With that, I don't have any further questions, so I'll yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Now we'll go to Council Fitzgerald. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. As you guys have gone through this, the going into the inclusion model and identifying ways that we help this transition occur, what are some of the secondary or tertiary effects that we should keep an eye on, that you guys must have identified, hey, it's not all great news, right? As we go forward, here are the potential hurdles that we can have. Have you guys identified anything like that? And can you educate us on what some of those might be? I typically ask departments to sort of, just be honest with us in terms of what we see as the hurdles ahead, and so that we can be ready to either help in any way that a counselor can, right, and as a body to support mitigating those impacts or potential future issues.
I think we talked about it here before. I think partnering with our families and our parents and our caretakers to really value the importance of attendance. When we look at one of those drivers, if our kids aren't in school and if we're not motivating, engaging them and working in partnership with our families to get them to school, that's going to be a huge, huge challenge for all districts. So I really just, as a community, just really instilling the importance of us working with our families to help and support them so that our attendance rate can improve, because we need to get our kids to school in order to reach and teach. The other factor is just working closely as a multidisciplinary cross-functional team to really make sure that we continue to build that coherence so that we're working closely with our school leaders. And part of the levers of our quality school improvement plan is really looking at those levers in terms of attendance and also equitable literacy. So to me, those are the key factors: reading, literacy, language development for our students, and also being culturally responsive to diversity of our families are really some of the focus areas that we're working towards collectively to really develop those relationships, and also commitment to our families and to our students.
Great. Thank you. Chair, no further questions.
Council President.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for leading this and for honoring public testimony. And thank you. Everyone has left. I was going to use my little Spanish and say muchas gracias. I guess I would, can I ask, this is the right panel and the right meeting to be asking about equitable services, correct? Given
For
that.
students with disabilities?
Yes.
Yes.
I have questions about what we're missing out on administratively when we are not, and to the district, when we're not being responsive to the needs of students with an IEP or with a learning disability within BPS and the right framework that then forces them to go out of district, or not forces them to go out of district, but let's say, I know that there are certain time windows in which we must respond to a family's request for placement or assistance for IEP, and if that doesn't happen, if they find an out of district, either private school or another school district that can accommodate them, not only do we have to pay for that education that is sometimes upwards of $50,000 or however much a year, but we're also on the hook for transportation. And that is a department in BPS that I think has a lot of those inefficiencies for us when it comes to transportation, when it comes to how much we're spending on students. So I'm wondering if I could get an assessment from BPS about what we're doing to really restructure the Equitable Services Department to make sure that we aren't unnecessarily spending for students to be educated outside of BPS when we have the classrooms, the ability, and the wherewithal to teach students. Not all students with disabilities. Perhaps there are going to be other programs at other schools that are better models for them. But I know that there are a lot of students that are receiving services out of district that we could be teaching in district.
So I do know that as we look at our out-of-district and we look at the students that are placed out of district, that we started to analyze the level of needs of those students and what we need to do to build capacity to re-enter them back into BPS. There is the process, as you did mention, Chair, that parents do have a right through the Bureau of Special Education Appeals to reject IEPs. And we do have a process where we do work with our parents to validate the fact that we do have the services and the resources. And oftentimes, it's typically most likely due to compliance and non-compliance.
Exactly, that's,
Yeah,
yes, thank you for correct, yes.
non-compliance as to why sometimes the decision is made for a family member to file a complaint against the district for not providing the services. So we recognize that as an area of priority for us, and we're really trying to work strategically to build capacity within our schools and also within our staff to make sure that we're monitoring the progress of our students, that we're ensuring that our students receive the services, and that we work with the school leaders and the school-based teams to be more proactive instead of being reactive, and as well as working with teaching and learning to look at what are the tiered interventions that our kids need and the mental health support that they need in order for them to meet with success.
Okay, I've never done this before. I have a bit of a trick question for you. So,
well, I'm gonna pass it to David.
No, it's for
Great.
you. It's
I'll
for
give
you.
a trick question. Thanks.
So, what are the questions? So, let's say we're meeting now, and we're meeting again on this in 6 months, or like, unfortunately, let's say next year. What are the questions that I should be asking you in 6 months' time or next year to make sure that we are actually trying to make good on this promise of getting better at meeting those needs of our students in-house and in district?
So that's a huge ask, right? And there's so many deliverables that we're looking at. I really think that if you're looking at just outcomes for students with disabilities, I think one of the parents and or one of the chairs had talked about outcomes, right? So we're looking at the MAP assessment for our students. We want to look at also child find. We want to look at how we're meeting the needs, and my colleagues talked about early intervention and early childhood services. We want to look at the needs that we're meeting, the needs of those students, and that we're servicing them, they're getting them placed, because we need to start with the beginning in mind. If we start
How about on the compliance end?
And in terms of compliance, then we want to make sure that our schools are in compliance, that we're having IEP meetings and we're meeting the timelines and the deadlines for those meetings. We also want to look at our data for least restrictive environment. We want to make sure that we are pushing inclusion, supporting inclusion, that our data reflects that shift, that we have increased capacity for our students to be placed in a more inclusive learning environment, and that we also we recognize that some of our kids still need more, right? So we want to do a comparison regarding what percentage of our kids now are inclusion classrooms, what are partial inclusion, and what are substantially separate classrooms. And also look at what percentage of our kids are out of district, and also I'd ask for you to consider not just that they're out of district, but what exactly are those disability categories of those students that are out of district, that the district are not able to meet their needs within district. And we're looking at that now in terms of looking at post-secondary outcomes for some of those kids.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that answer, and
you're going to hold me accountable.
Oh, yes. I mean, and not just you. I mean, I know it's not just you. I know it's the district. And also, this is, I think, the topic of another hearing, hopefully in 6 months, outside of the budget season, so that we can really talk about what we're doing here. And if we're using that office in the way that is, I've heard about it from staff. I've heard about it from staff within the office. I've heard about it from parents who come to me when they can't find placement inside of BPS. And so I want to make sure that we're doing this right, because I also think that it's tied into the transportation conversations we're having earlier. So we'll talk about this more in 6 months. We'll file a hearing order, because I just want to make sure that we're getting this right, and I want to give space to the parents who have uplifted this as an issue for my office. I have a question, I think this is for Chief Gamea, about our SLIFE classrooms. It's been a really important part of my work to support and champion SLIFE classroom for students with limited or interrupted formal education, for essentially for our new arrivals, a lot of whom are of Haitian descent. And we had a situation where at the Taylor School in Mattapan, which is the school that I went to, you had students traveling from Brighton and Alston who needed the SLIFE classrooms, I think, and they were of a Brazilian descent, but there were no SLIFE classrooms in Alston, Brighton. I think now we are, moving to, last year I know that there was an addition of SLIFE classrooms, an addition of a social worker allocated to SLIFE classrooms, which I think was phenomenal. What progress are we making in SLIFE classrooms? What do you see is on the horizon, given what we're seeing at the Welcome Center and what we're seeing in terms of folks coming in, and how can we on the council better support?
Sure, thank you for that question. SLIFE is ever changing. A civil war somewhere can kind of affect our need for SLIFE. As we have our newly arrived students, especially for the secondary students, we're realizing that that interrupted education or instruction for the students has impacted them. And so there is a need for additional SLIFE classrooms. We've actually had, because of this influx of migrants, we've had to petition the state to increase some of the SLIFE classrooms. We're looking to see regionally where can we place SLIFE, additional SLIFE classrooms for secondary level or for students that are in grades 3 through 5. But one of the things that we noticed too, or we're looking at, are the trends of the language trends for students for SLIFE. So I know at the Taylor School, traditionally there were a lot of students of Haitian descent, and so both SLIFE classrooms were language specific for Haitian Creole. And then there was kind of like a lag of students matriculating, or the need for students in the SLIFE classroom. And so then it became a SLIFE Haitian Creole and multilingual program, but then now with the trends. So our office is really on top of looking at the trends and how we can support our students to provide that native language instruction for them there, working with schools, working with regional superintendents to kind of tailor towards the needs of our our migration patterns and the needs of the students. So yes, definitely in February when we had that big influx of students, there was definitely identification of SLIFE students. And so we've been kind of tailoring and altering the programs so that we can meet the needs of the students.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. Chair, do you have time for one short question?
Go ahead.
Okay, this is around UPK, and I see Senior Advisor McSwain here, and I see the handout, and I'm not sure if another colleague answered it, but where are we in terms of like what the demand is for UPK and what we're able to offer? What is the vision? And if you could just repeat for folks here, I don't know if it's greatsschools.boston, but the one-stop shop website for UPK, early education, that was unveiled in Mattapan a few weeks ago. I think that would be helpful. And then I'll also say, while you're coming to the mic, my first year in budget with the BPS, we were talking about how BPS is bad at comms because there are better things happening than we are talking about. That makes me happy as a Boston Public School graduate. And we talked about, and it was a joke, but it's one that I actually took very seriously, about, branding with onesies, about you're welcoming someone's kid into UPK. I don't know if kids in UPK are wearing onesies anymore, but like that idea. And so I actually thought that it was like a brilliant idea to make BPS more attractive, because oftentimes there are more UPK seats available than parents actually recognize. So like the marketing around that. So those are my questions.
Okay, that was a lot of questions. If I forget as we go through, feel free to ask them again. And I think you might have stepped out of the room when I introduced Tiara Dias, who is the director of UPK. She's also serving as the interim director of the Office of Early Childhood. So together we're gonna tag team your answers. So we, through UPK, have made a commitment to meet the needs of 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds in Boston. And we've begun each year. Over the past several years, we've added between 250 and 300 seats in UPK, both in our community-based classrooms, but also last year we added an additional 100 in Boston Public Schools for 3-year-olds. This year we added 250, and we're taking a look at all the changes you just heard that are taking place in inclusion, so expanding the opportunities for 3-year-olds to participate in BPS classrooms means there may be fewer seats for 4-year-olds. So we're looking at that this year at a neighborhood level as well as at a population level to see where the seats are that we might want to prioritize in the coming years. So this year, even though we've done 250, we're sort of taking a step back as the year goes to see what happens as we roll those out. Tiara, would you like to
I would just add that about 50 of those seats are in family childcare. So in the last year, we've also expanded to add into family childcare. Your second question was about the enrollment platform and rebranding, right? And so I think the enrollment platform, which if you haven't had a chance to look at is Great Starts, It allows both UPK center-based as well as non-UPK center-based families to enroll. The goal of this website is within this year, it will also be available for Boston Public School families. So they'll be able to register as well. And to your point, that's where a lot of the rebranding is going to happen. So love the onesies, but Countdown is killing it with the yellow t-shirts.
That is true.
Right.
That's
So
true.
we don't want to start a competition there, and really thinking through the ways that we rebrand to talk about this birth to 8 alignment in a much more cleaner way, which would include the yellow shirts. But you're right, universal pre-K and center base is rocking it, and we want to make sure the marketing includes that as well.
Part of the other thing that we did with Great Starts is you can do 3 things. One is you can find out what the different kinds of childcare are. As everyone has so beautifully demonstrated today in this room, not everybody's from Boston. Not everyone is from this country. And not everybody knows what family childcare is. So the first place that you go tells you what your options are, what those options might mean for you as a family. What are you looking for? What do you need for before care and after care? What language are you looking for? So it's really an opportunity for our providers to tell us more about themselves, to tell families more about themselves, so that people can begin to make the right match. If you start learning and then seeing what your options are when your child is born, and those options also include your neighborhood school, you begin to see what your BPS options will be as your child grows. And so putting it all in one place not only meets the needs of families to find everything, but it also meets our needs to begin to show families what's possible, what the next step for them might be, whether they're going from a 2-year-old to a 3-year-old, from a 4 to a 5, or, as Tiara said, ultimately from a 7th grader to an 8th grader. What are the options for me and my child and my family?
And Advisor McSween, you gave raw numbers for UPK availability and additions, but do you have percentages by demand and availability?
We can get that to you.
Okay, through the chair, I'd love to know those numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Fernandez Anderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. I almost said President. It's coming, it's coming.
That's right, it's all lined up.
It's next time, it's
We know
next
how it
time.
works here.
Next term. All right, so what's the matter? What's the matter with you? So what happens with the FY25 BPS program funding is calling for 40% reduction in spending towards SPED and coverage paraprofessionals, with the loss of 15 FTE positions. But the 2024 initial collective bargaining package calls for hiring more paras. It's one of their first priorities listed. Can you explain these cuts in the context of BTU calling for increased hiring? Anyone?
Sorry, my apologies. I'm just pulling that up.
So FY25 has a 40% reduction, specifically towards SPED coverage paraprofessionals.
Yeah, I'm not
Losing 15 FTEs.
I'm not totally sure where that's coming from. My apologies.
From the numbers.
Okay.
We can come back to it. I can ask our budget analyst to get us the exact number. Is that what you're looking for? You want to
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to figure out which. Yeah, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Nope, he was out. All right, Karishma, we're trying to figure out that there was a in FY25 BPS program funding is calling for 40% reduction in spending towards SPED coverage paraprofessionals, and that means a total loss of 15 FTEs. Trying to figure out, like, since 2024 initiative collective bargaining package was calling for hiring more paras, and
Okay.
you found it?
I found it.
Awesome.
I found it. So one of the things thought I found it, and now I feel like I didn't find it. I apologize. I might have to get you that answer tomorrow.
Okay.
But I will get it for you.
I guess, can you tell me what are the current minimum staff requirements for paraprofessionals in gen ed classes and potentially separate classes? And does this budget reflect the funding needed to meet those requirements?
Yes, the requirements are every K0, K1, K2 classroom, regardless of setting, have a paraprofessional. So special education, general education, bilingual, regardless of setting, has a paraprofessional. And then
So special and bilingual?
special, bilingual, and general ed, K0, K1, K2. Every classroom has a
Every
paraprofessional.
classroom will have at least one para.
Yes.
So does that mean with this consolidation that you've crunched the numbers and now you need less, you need 15 less, or?
I don't think I think the 15 is coming from somewhere else, and I just need to double check and chase it down.
Okay.
We are seeing fewer paraprofessionals throughout the system overall, for sure. I'm just trying to nail down exactly which 15 these are so I can get you the specific answer on that. I will say, though, that we had a lot of paraprofessionals budgeted on ESSER, and we are losing a number of those positions as ESSER ends.
Okay.
Can I also interject to say that we also have a very significant high number of para vacancies as well,
Which would offset.
the reduction.
It doesn't speak to the factor of the number needed, though.
Yes.
Say that you still had like 20 positions open,
Right.
it still doesn't speak to the fact of the
No,
need.
I definitely hear you, and what I can say for certain, because I was a part of the process, is every required paraprofessional position is budgeted on the general fund. So the reductions we're seeing are positions that are not required for minimum compliance. That being said, minimum compliance is not our goal, right? We're aiming for more than minimum compliance, but I can say for certainty that every paraprofessional position we're required to have, either by the BTU contract or state or federal law regulation, we do have budgeted.
What's minimum compliance?
So it's a paraprofessional in every K0, K1, K2 classroom, regardless of setting. A paraprofessional in every special education sub-separate classroom that has more than 8 students in it. Paraprofessional in every bilingual classroom that has more than 20 students in it. And one-to-one paraprofessional for every student who's required to have one under their IEP.
When you said you found it, what did you find?
I thought I had found exactly what that number 15 was coming from, but I don't fully understand what I'm seeing on my screen, so I just need to get you the specific answer on the 15 tomorrow.
No worries. Thank you so much. Just a follow-up, under the account detail for programs, departments, and accounts supporting special education, they're adding 117 FTEs for special education aides. I'm curious to know, given the various hiring concerns we've seen over the years with BPS, what's the plan to actually hire out these positions within the next fiscal year?
I really appreciate that question. So some of these, a chunk of these positions are positions that had historically been general education aides. And so the position is actually the same, and the same paraprofessional may be in it, but the position has been recoded from general education to special education as a part of our inclusive education rollout. So we don't actually need to hire more paras for those positions.
Right.
So that's a big part of what's going on. So
Priority now being on special.
exactly. And we think we'll be able to utilize our existing para pool to fill the majority of those positions.
Or ELL.
Same.
Okay, thank you. Just programmatic questions here. What happens, for example, if more parents opt in for inclusion? Like if they're like, yeah, we want that, then you can hire capacity.
Yes.
What happens then?
If there's more.
If you can't hire enough, fast enough, but now you have like an overwhelming of parents saying yes.
So in general, what we try and do is we very rarely see that universally across the system. So we might have to redeploy resources from one place in the system to the other. The other thing is we have a number of resources that are centrally funded to provide like coaching and support. And if we ever get to a place where we need more direct service than what we have, we will start to redeploy those people away from coaching to be direct service providers. I think that's happened once or twice in the 9 years I've been here. Quite often we're able to find capacity at other parts of the system to be able to redeploy to make it happen.
Understood. And same with the reverse, right? Say you don't hire until you need, right? So the reverse would be moot.
Yeah, what the reverse is a trickier situation because we actually do try and hire if we end up with less demand than we think, right? We try and hire based on our projected demand. So we actually do hire before the families show up. And so what can happen and has happened at times is we will see a school hire for 2 classrooms and then there's only 15 kids on the first day of school. And the question there is, what do we do? So we'll have an individualized conversation with that school, looking at our demand data and say, okay, maybe what we'll do is we'll only open 1 classroom for the first day of school and we'll have the other teacher reassigned to other support duties in the building to support, because we think, eventually that classroom will open, or we think, there's more kids coming, so we're gonna open both classrooms right away. Exactly what we do depends on the school and we'll have a detailed conversation with them. That doesn't happen. Often it's not quite at the level that you can completely redeploy someone though. It's just classrooms are less empty.
Single teachers not being qualified or certified for ELL or special ed. We heard one of the testimonies today from BTU saying that, is that ever a possibility? Is that reality?
I'm sorry, I was trying to get the answer.
Single teacher classrooms where they're not actually, they're left alone without qualification, without certifications, ELL or special ed, to handle a classroom and sometimes sharing paras or
So I would just, if I may respond, so I also want to kind of talk for a quick sec about your initial question too, as why it's so important that we're building out certain grades in terms of looking at staffing capacity and working towards the human capital based on the grades that we're rolling out. To address the first part of your question, in regards to going into classrooms where teachers do not have the license, and if the student is considered to be in an inclusion classroom, then it's our responsibility to make sure that we look at making sure that there's a staff member that has the license to provide the services. So as we talked about before, that means that there's a possibility that there could be a push and pull out, or using the resources from that school for a moderate special needs teacher who has the license to go into the general education classroom and to provide those services, and or move the student based on the level of need to a classroom that has more inclusive services, that has the seat capacity. So there's those options, but
it's a lot of coordination. No wonder operationally you guys do a lot of money. Food contracts, thank you. Are we still contracting like other states for our meals?
So our main vended meals provider is City Fresh, the Boston-based.
Any others outside of state?
I mean, yes, there's some of our food comes out, not all of our food comes from in-state.
I guess the question, how are we doing with looking local?
So
local vendors?
Right now, about a little more than 10% of our food budget comes from New England grown and produced products. In addition to the vended meals provider being a Boston-based company, our goal is to procure about 30% of our food locally.
At least. Yeah. Thank you. What about equipment current charges? Other current, it's about 15.3 million. What is that? What is it for?
Equipment.
Other current or it's under equipment current charges. Because it says other, I don't know what that's for.
So equipment, you said about 15.8 million, is that right? 15.3.
A total of external funds and...
Yep, I was looking just at general fund, that was the problem, I'll fix that. And also, just to go back, someone on my team got this really quickly, thank you, Athena. The reduction in 15 is a special ed coverage paraprofessionals was a mistake in our data entry for the tables, not what's actually happening. those 15 positions are continuing for next year.
So what's other current?
Other current for equipment. The main thing, equipment, all funds.
Other current charges, yeah.
Other current charges. In the program budget?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
To workers' comp, reserve account, other
Yeah,
current.
so the other current is a variety of different smaller benefits that run across our union partners. So there's a housing trust fund for our custodians. There's, I have to pull the full list for you, but there's a variety of.
Oh, very interesting. Through the chair, could we get a list?
Yeah, of everything in that category
The
for sure.
breakdown, please, thank you. I'm sure it's somewhere, but I don't have it.
It might not be in the materials provided to date, so we can certainly get it for you.
Thank you so much. Last question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess ESOL supports the parents, super important, same concept about disability, children with IEP. Supports if I can't help my child with their homework in English or the proper language, then I don't know. How's Parent University doing, and what are the resources we're collaborating with to make sure that our parents know how to teach their child, assist their child with homework at home in their language or in English?
Sure. We've partnered with the Office of Community and Family Engagement. So especially with the influx of families that we've had in terms of keeping for activities for families, providing ESL classes for families at the shelter as a form throughout the district at some schools and community centers. We're providing ESL classes for families as well. There's definitely a need because of the influx that we're not keeping up at the pace that it's needed, but that is definitely one of our priorities, to continue to ensure providing supports for families. So even during, like I said, at the shelters, we're providing it there and throughout the schools. So the family liaisons and the the school site councils are informing families of these opportunities. But we would love to be able to provide more for families as well. So we're not complacent or satisfied where we are.
My final comment, I'm not going anywhere. I want to hear my colleagues' questions, but I've always found it interesting because this is a new program in terms of going into shelters, and then there's this need for capacity for ESOL, but schools are not a clinic, or you shouldn't be wholly social worky type, right? However, because you talk about the whole child, then we are talking about this wraparound concept of working with the family. And if we don't have the resources to support our families, and our children are not set up for success. So I do want to talk to BPS about how we can create a larger network of ESOL classes, as well as what parent universities used to do, where they taught parents how to teach their kids homework in their language. And I do feel like beyond the need, because that doesn't address all the people that's been waiting, right? The shelter thing is sort of newer. So I really appreciate your work. I think here today, your responses has been a testament of amazing professionals that are trying to bring this to another level. I really appreciate your work with Matterhunt. I did a lot of work there with clients, and appreciate you as well. If we got information, let's keep talking. Let's try to figure it out, and we're all trying. We all have the same goal, right?
Yes.
For the best of our children in Boston.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I look forward to that partnership.
Likewise. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Anderson. Councilman Mejia, the floor is yours.
Yes. And I'm sure you can see that Councilor Anderson and I have the same energy. We start off strong and we're going to hold you down. But at the end of the day, I think it is important to recognize that for us, right? We have lived the realities that we're talking about here today. We're both moms, we're both immigrants, we're both English language learners. We're both hoping and praying, right, that under our leadership, things will be different for those that we serve, right? So hope that you understand that the level of passion, you know, and presentation, at least I'll speak for myself, comes from a place of frustration because we know what it's like to sit in this chamber and the only thing that changes are the characters that are in front of us, but the things for the people that we serve, it feels like it's molasses, drip, drip, right? And that's where the frustration comes from for me, especially because having worked in the education advocacy space, working with parents who were then knocking down those doors and trying to see change, it feels like, for me, a sense of responsibility and making sure that my time with you all is both getting things on the record, speaking for those who can't be here,
Absolutely.
and asking difficult questions. Because our job, in case people don't know the job description of the City Council, our job is to be the checks and balances to the administration. Our job is not to give a pass at the administration. Our job is to hold the district and to hold the city accountable to the people. So always understand that for me, I'm always going to take my job serious. And when I come here to fight because that's all I know how to do. Sorry.
I just want to validate what you shared with us today, and also to say that I don't want to speak for my colleague, Joelle, but I too am a former BPS student. I too am a family member here and raised in BPS. I understand the needs of our students and our families, and I was part of the whole busing when I was in Roxbury going to West Roxbury. So that's part of the reason why I returned to BPS, because I don't want to be that drip. I really want to make a difference. I'm committed to our families and also living and breathing and being part of the struggle. I understand what that struggle is and what it means to our families and to our students. So I can tell you personally and professionally that I am committed to working in collaboration with all stakeholders in the city, and most importantly, more so to our families and to our students.
And I'm encouraged by that.
And I will say as well, as a product of multilingual learners, of two parents that went to Dorchester High when Dorchester High, before Tech Boston was Dorchester High. My parents came here in the 70s, were products of busing, and I too am a Boston Public School graduate. I too believe in the infinite potential for students in the district, and that's why I come to work every day fighting hard for the students. It's not a job that I take lightly.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I'm a graduate of Dorchester High. All right, so, okay, so now that we got to know each other a little bit more, but I want to underscore that piece around the revolving door that exists here in BPS, is that when people who deeply care about the work speak up, sometimes they're shown the door out. So I hope that you have thick skin and you're ready to fight like hell, because it's going to take that fight to stand up for our families and to stand up to a system that was not ready or prepared to embrace all of us. So I just want you to know what you're up against, because I've only been here for 4 years. I have seen the mass exodus of people, and some of these folks have been folks who I've worked with before they got into those positions. So I just, just to let you know that change is not easy, especially in a city like Boston. And so I commend you for ready to fight, because it's not going to be easy. But I'm here for it, and I will be here to fight alongside you and sometimes fight with you and fight you too. But anyways, my questions. Okay, so BPS has asked schools to go through, and the good thing about me is that I bring the voices of the people into these spaces because I think it's important, and this is one of those examples. So BPS has asked schools to go through an inclusion planning team process to envision a truly inclusive environment, yet it seems like we have funded less than half of the positions schools have asked for. And then I'm just curious, given that inclusion planning teams consist of educators on the ground who know what their students need, how are you able to account for the current numbers of positions funded truly meeting the needs of students with disabilities? What does that look like?
I would just say from the money side, you know, my experience as an educator of students with disabilities comes from teaching 7th grade math in a charter school 15 years ago, so probably not the most up-to-date strategies, maybe not even then. But I think one of the biggest challenges we're facing right now is the fact that we're planning all of this for the first time this year, and we don't have the new IEPs yet, and we don't have the data, right?
But does that make sense? To plan, I mean, just from a logistical standpoint.
I think this has been held up. I mean, so I've been through 4 collective bargaining negotiations, 9 budgets, whatever, what we call these. I think we keep getting stuck in this chicken of the egg of like waiting for the perfect enabling conditions. And I think what I can really appreciate about what we're doing now is we're just saying, okay, this is the best information we have. We're gonna start. We're gonna keep things in reserve to fix it as we find things that are broken, but we have to start now because this is urgent work and it can't wait. And so I really appreciate that about what my colleagues here have brought.
So I'm going to be curious from a data collection standpoint. I'd like to have a better understanding of kind of like what the rubrics is going to be to measure success, right? I think that that's really important. So I just want to offer that for you all to consider. I do want to ask one more question before my buzzer goes off. Sure. What happened to the 18 bilingual programs that BPS proposed to DESE for FY 2024, 2025? Which ones were implemented, right? And for the ones that will not be implemented, why not? If any, and what will they implement in 2024 and in the future? Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
Sure, that's a great question. So I will say that we have put forward proposals to DESE, and we've been working with schools to engage them in implementation of these programs. And so for implementation for 24-25 school year, so we're rolling them out. So there'll be a set of programs that will be implemented for this upcoming year, and then there's a set of programs that will be implemented for 25-26 school year. So for 24-25 school year, we know that the Margarita Muniz will be adding a 7th grade next year, and so we put in for a proposal for SLIFE and dual language because they'll be adding that dual language grade, so that will be implemented for the upcoming school year. Then we have newcomers programs that we currently have that are at Brighton High School, East Boston High School, and we have 3 newcomers programs right now that we will have implemented for the 24-25 school year, and really highlighting the ESL curriculum, supports, social emotional supports that we'll have, and so we put those forth to DESE. We're currently working on the implementation for additional programming, like traditional bilingual education, dual language, that will be implemented for the upcoming school year. And that gives us more time for community engagement because it's really important to be speaking with families, ensuring that we have the proper ESL curriculum that's implemented, working with just the whole school community and just being on point in terms of the resources.
Thank you. I want to note that my office worked with BATA, the school that you guys mentioned earlier this year. I feel like this year was like we've been here for a year, earlier in this hearing situation. And I come from a place that I have to do to learn and figure out what we need to do differently. And BATA is an exceptional school. And I'm glad to see the work expand. But we had to do a lot of wraparound services and helping them identify nonprofit partners and organizations to help meet and close some of their needs, which is what our office is finding ourselves doing right now, working in collaboration with Pastor Hamasil from a church in Mattapan, working with migrant newcomers, and we created a program that provides academic enrichment to the students. So, and it's not just around academics, but it's also teaching them how to acclimate to the culture, because we're focusing so much of our energy in academics, but what this program is doing is also socializing and helping the families transition into America. And I'm curious, as we're talking about these conversations, what are you all thinking about doing in terms of supporting the whole family when it comes to acclimating to the American education system?
Sure. We talked a little bit about it earlier, so I just want to go back to BATA and then I'll talk about the family. So in looking at what Principal Helfat is doing there at the school and working with the community, he's really kind of like an out-the-box thinker, and he really knows what he needs to do to ensure that his students are successful, adjusting school hours, working with the teachers. And earlier, the superintendent was talking about how we're going to have BATA East, because he's realizing that there's a lot of the students that are coming to BATA in the Bay Village are actually coming from East Boston. And how can we meet the needs of the students there because of hours they work, just ensuring that they're there and accessing the program.
And it's an alternative, right? Yes. An alternative ed school, and I think that is where the district needs to strengthen their efforts is on non-traditional learners, right? And I know we're talking about ELs and special education, but I also think a lot of our students end up in those alternate ed spaces, and I think that there's some room for growth there as well. I do have one more question, and then I want to uplift a young woman who has, I don't know how in the world she found me, but she found me on Instagram. And she's at Binka, and she's 19 years old. Her parents, she's here unaccompanied. She's on her own, literally. And she is about to lose her housing, right? And she has interrupted education, interrupted English. She doesn't have a strong command of the English language. And she is on the verge of being homeless, but because she's 19 years old, the supports that she has are limited. And I think that that's something that we hear a lot from students who are at BATA or at Binka, that some of these young people are aging out of what would call safety nets. So I'm curious about what the district is doing to support those students who don't have parents, who are 18 and 19 and are living on their own and juggling to stay here in the city of Boston. What does support look like for them?
Yeah, so I can't speak to so there is cross-functional support that we provide to families, like we were talking about the ESL classroom, ESL classes and stuff. But what I would say is for this student, working with the Office of Community Engagement, working with Chief Corey McCarthy's office to really figure out how we can
need her to have a place to stay. She's 19
help.
Years old.
Yes.
And she can only afford, and she's paying for a room right now that is about to be evicted on June 1st.
So I'll connect with you after this, but the Hearn office, for our department, we'll figure out.
And that whole team will be here tomorrow morning at 10.
And I will be here alongside them to yell at them.
We can follow up with you directly about that tomorrow morning.
Okay, you know I will too. Okay, so I just want, put it on the record that I want that child's housed so that she can finish. She's almost done with her school. And this could be the one thing that keeps her from graduating, which is the case for so many kids who come to this country with interrupted education and they have to work or figure out how they're going to survive. So this is a really good example of some of all of these issues that we're talking about. And then can you just talk about IPT allocations and what accounted for the difference in what teams asked for and what they got?
So I can start off quickly by saying that this started with each school did a self-assessment in order to identify what their priority areas are. And then they looked at data based on their configuration maps, based on the level of programming and services that they have in their schools. And then as they identified those targeted grades, K0, K1, K2, 7, and 9, then they looked at what would be working closely with our PANDA team in terms of projections of enrollment. Then they worked towards looking at determining what they would need for staffing in order to meet the obligations of those targeted grades.
Great. So I always say that Boston is resource rich but coordination poor. And I'm so happy that we have early childhood here because there is a pathway, right? Especially around special, like early detection and like how, I'd love to hear how you all are working with the mayor's cabinet of early childhood intervention and just like enrollment and kind of like what the communication looks like, because the work that they do is setting down the foundation for long life learners. But oftentimes in our early childhood spaces and places is where there's an opportunity for early detection and supports, so that when they start funneling into BPS, there seems to be some sort of, communication and track. Is that happening? Can it be happening? And if it's not happening, what do we need to do to help support that so it can happen? Or maybe it doesn't need to happen. I don't know. I'm not an educator. I'm not a director.
Yeah.
I'm just a parent, so I don't know.
I do know we're coming back for an early childhood hearing on Thursday. Is it early childhood hearing on Thursday? Is that right?
But they're here now, so I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Like,
But
I know. I just.
because I think it's important, especially since they're here. I'd love for you all to talk about what you need, because this is the disconnect. This is why we lose so many kids, because we're not talking with each other. So I'd love to hear what can we be doing.
So I think two things. One is we actually are working together quite deeply, and more deeply in some areas than in others, and the other areas are on the way. So I think it's, Tiara works in the academics department, so she works for Leslie, and we spend an inordinate amount of time together. She comes to City Hall once a week, and she works with us here in this office, and I go to bowling to make sure that we're connected. But how that plays out for families and children, I think is most evident probably in our special education, and we're working on building the same pathway that we've built in special ed for our multilingual learners. So Tiara, do you want to explain for the counselor sort of how we do that?
Yeah, so you covered some of it, but I think in general, we have special education working groups that include our center-based providers. We have families that sit on every working group, including the special education, as well as some BPS.
And are you
experts.
guys in collaboration with each other? And are parents aware of this? Because sometimes people are not, there's a disconnect with what you all are doing, what people believe you all are doing, which is why I asked the question, because it gives us an opportunity to get on the same page, because they're...
Yeah. So on 1 week, we meet with the special education department. On the alternating weeks, it includes special education department, families from our family council, as well as center-based providers. And so there is constant meetings every week. There is a meeting that includes families, every other week, families, center-based, and BPS employees. So it is a constant flow of making sure that we're on the same page. There's cross-department professional development that happens, so we plan together. So whatever professional development we're offering in BPS, we're trying to think through how that's offered in center-based. And there's actually opportunities where we all come together, educators. So like BPS educators and center-based educators receive very similar, if not the same trainings together, both in the summer and in the fall. So there's lots of overlap.
I think to your point, we're working on getting better about talking about it in ways that are actually digestible for the outside audience. Sometimes when we speak to each other, we use a very jargon-filled language that is not as accessible to our families. And so part of what we're working on is being comprehensible to our families. The other thing is, UPK grew from 250 kids in 2019?
400.
400. All right, 400 kids to 1,500 next year. That's a lot of growth. So some of what they've been really focused on in the first several years is building the infrastructure. And in the last 2 years, we've been working on explaining what we're doing, talking about it, working with others. So the other thing I think that is challenging, just as a last point for families, is that we do have some data challenges that we are addressing. And so previous to the rollout of Great Starts, Boston, for those of you who would like to go visit it, BPS used 2 different systems for enrolling UPK students. So the previous system didn't talk to the SIS system at BPS. We're still in the process of making that happen, but when it does, it will give all of the folks who work at BPS with families access to the same information so that we don't have some of the hiccups about knowing that someone has an IEP and maybe it didn't get translated. So those things will be
So
fixed.
I'm curious to that, 1,500, that's, wow. How many of those, and you, if you happen to know, in terms of the students who are either special education or multilingual learners? Because what I know, navigating the system myself as a parent, is like knowledge is power. And there's people who have it, and there's people who are dying to get it, right? So oftentimes it's the most privileged who have access to these seats. And I'm curious how many of our most resilient, because we're not vulnerable, our most resilient students are taking advantage of those 1,500 seats. How many?
Yeah, I would want to confirm the IEP numbers, but it's like 46% for multilingual learners in our center-based programs. Yeah.
That are in now into BPS, that are...
Well, the goal is for them to transition to BPS. I'm not sure exactly how many. I can confirm the number of students that transition, but we created this connector that like connects them directly to BPS. So the intent is that they're connecting.
I would love to hear a little bit more about kind of that journey. Because again, going back to our kids don't end up where they need to be, or they end up in certain types of environment because that's just the way the pathway works.
Yep, so the number of students that transition from the centers into BPS, multilingual learners, and students with IEPs.
It would be helpful to know, and Chair, I'd love to get this data, is like where these kids are like ending up, what schools? Are they level 1, 2, and 3, right? Like, it's all about that at the end of the day, right? It's good for them to have that foundation, but where they end up is definitely goes to show how impactful and how intentional we're being around equity.
We can also include the number of young people who start out in a bilingual program and then where they move.
Well, that would be really helpful to have. And I know that I have extended my time, but I stayed here longer.
Thank you, Councilman Mejia.
What that means, schedule lunch.
That's right.
Talk to them.
That's right. No, thank you. I appreciate the indulgence, but you know, this is important to me, and I'm sure it is to everyone else who's here still. Thank you.
Just a couple more questions, and I have one person signed up for public testimony. Around ELL, can you clarify if separate classrooms with one non-English language will remain? Just because it sounds like how you guys are describing the classrooms, there might be multiple languages in one classroom, right? There might be someone speaking Spanish, someone speaking Haitian Creole in a classroom, but then we've heard from some of our constituents and advocates that, you know, there's benefits on just having that one language in that classroom.
So can you repeat the first part of the question?
Around ELL, can you clarify if separate classrooms with one non-English language will remain? Or it doesn't have to be separate, it could be just a classroom with just one non-English language.
Sure. So we have multiple classrooms across the district that have multilingual learners in there that are not language specific. So we have what has been called BPS SEI, where it's language specific, and those teachers were coded as bilingual, and the teacher is not necessarily a bilingual educator. So it could be a classroom that is a cohort of Spanish-speaking students, and the teacher is a monolingual person, but because she's teaching a classroom that's in a language-specific SEI, she would be coded as bilingual. But in terms of the instructional intent or the instructional approach for those students, all teachers have their SEI endorsement, and we are working for the classrooms that aren't language specific and like that are multilingual. We try our best to provide language access supports, native language supports for the students a lot of times if a classroom has a paraprofessional, we try to ensure that there's a bilingual paraprofessional in there as well. But one of the key things that we want to ensure is that teachers feel equipped, and teachers feel, even though they have the SEI endorsement, but we want to, I want to, another shout out to Chief Miller from her teaching and learning. And so the District ILT is really working on providing 12 hours of professional learning so that it's not like you have to go to this specialized services department to get this training and to get this training and this department to get this training, but really thinking of like what are the key levers of instruction that teachers need to have. So thinking of universal design, EDL, and thinking of language access and specialized services, specially designed instruction for our students. So how can teachers really look at the landscape of their classroom and ensure that they're feeling confident to meet the needs of their students, to diversify their approach to the instruction, ensuring that they have the teachers have the content to teach it, but really how do they diversify their approach? And we have ongoing professional development to help support teachers to make them feel a little bit better equipped to support students.
Thank you. And we've heard a couple of times around the IPTs versus proposed versus what's been budgeted. David, I think this is for you. Is it possible to get, and I know this is something that we've asked and submitted on our February 28th RFIs, just to get a list of what was proposed to the district and also what was actually budgeted for, granted, or enacted?
Yeah, we certainly can get you the second. I can look back on the first.
Okay, and then I'm going to resubmit some of the unanswered questions from that February 28th RFI, and hopefully we could get that before we actually vote on the BPS budget.
For sure.
All right. I don't see Monica in the room. Yeah, you go and see if she's out in the hall. I guess I can ask this question while we go and see if Monica's in the hallway. We have many parents sounding the alarm about the new inclusion plan. Can you tell me about, how do you plan on getting buy-in from students, parents, and teachers?
I can start. I think that we talk about transparency, and we talk about really having open communication with our families. We've started that through the IEP process, through the team meeting process with some of our families whose child is currently on an educational plan. We've also had some family forums at bowling where we've had stakeholder engagement, where we have co-presented around the inclusion plan and have Q&As. We've also talked about working closely with our regional SUPs and our school leaders to host some more focused questions and answer sessions within regions so that families can also come in and ask questions. So really just being out there and also going to community events has been some of the work that we went to St. Stephen's as one of the community events. So I think being transparent and being informative has been part of the work that we've been doing.
So we have more forums or
Yes.
informational sessions
Yes.
lined up? Awesome. Now we'll turn back to public testimony. Monica Murchison, if you could state your name, any affiliation, or where you live, and you'll have 3 minutes. You can come to this microphone right here. Right there, to my left.
This one?
Yes.
Can you record for me? You want, what's that? Or you? Good evening, everyone. My name is Monica Murchison, and I'm just a parent. My child is actually up here asleep. I came here today to talk about my personal issue with BPS. So as I stated, I have a child, she's here. And I just want to point out that I think we all know that. We all from Boston, I hear everybody. We know that these schools have been on the news left and right. Right? Every time I turn on my TV, it's somebody got stabbed, somebody got maced, somebody got shot, the kids are walking out. So I have a situation like that with my child, and it's the second situation. From last school year to now, she's been in 3 different schools. The second school was the Murphy. I had to go into the school on Facebook Live and basically expose the school and show people how the principal and the school staff and faculty have blatant disregard for the parents' concerns, especially when it's involving your child's safety. And even after that, you get all of these people from downtown or wherever saying they're going to sort it out, look into it, nothing happens. And again, I will reiterate the fact that it was bullying, not only from the students, but the teachers as well. One of the teachers left a bruise on my daughter's arm, and when she seen it, like, oh, can I call my mother, trying to go out the room, they turned around to cover it up, trying to call the best team and say that she's dysregulated, when that wasn't true at all. The latest incident involved sexual misconduct. I showed up at the park this morning. Ms. Fernandez seen me. I approached Mayor Wu to let her know what's going on, because I seen her on the news when the Henderson school had the encounter, and she was up there saying people need to be held accountable, and this is unacceptable. So, I thought she was the right person to speak to, because I've done everything that if anybody asked me any question about who did you call, what did you do, I literally, first, let me back up. When the sexual misconduct happened, the school did not tell me anything. My child came home and told me, but she told me a week later because she assumed that the school had told me, right? So when I found out, go up to the school, nobody wants to talk to me. They did call equity, but that's all. They never told the school police. They never called DCF or anybody else following school protocol, basically. So at that point in time, I started emailing, I will tell you, Angelina Camacho from Boston Public School, as well as Ann Catherine Schaff, because they were helping me with the first altercation, right? That still to this day is unresolved. I have no police reports. The teachers are still there, nothing happened. So she got into the Shaw school where the sexual misconduct happened, because that was their resolution. Let's just transfer her, sweep it under the rug. Everybody goes on about their day, right? They basically dropped the ball. Now she's in this school, the sexual misconduct happened, and it was basically this, I saw the same scenario, which is why I reached back out, and I was like, you know what? I'm not standing for that. I'm not dealing with that. So when I seen the mayor today, I told her, you know what? You need to clean house. There's a bigger problem than what I'm speaking about. It starts with, if you're going to get on the news and say, hold the people accountable, somebody needs to explain to me why my child, and I want to just point out that since that happened, the teacher was still in the school. So of course I did what any parent would do. I left her home with me. It is week number 3 that my child has been home. She went to the district attorney's office for the forensic interview on Wednesday that just passed. So when the DA found out about it and was like, what do you mean he's still there? I think at that point they removed the teacher. But like I told them, why would I put my child back into a school where the principal was the one who failed to keep her safe by reporting it and following protocol? I don't think that that's a safe situation, right? I requested for my child to have a Chromebook because I can't understand why she doesn't have one. I requested for my child to have a tutor sent out. That did not happen. I testified at the fiscal year budget cut last year, and I know the dollar amounts that BPS has, and it's in the billions with a B, not millions, billions, meaning you can give each one of these schools $2 million and still have money to play with. So I'm standing here as a frustrated parent wanting to know, where is this money going? And I just want to point out, like now I'm on live, so there's people watching. Since I've been going public and doing this, it's an overwhelming amount of parents that are reaching out to me. One reached out to me specifically yesterday that I want to bring up. Her child, the bus driver, there's a video of it. She sent me video, police reports, showed me the child's neck. Her child is autistic and nonverbal. And the bus driver pulled the bus over and assaulted this kid, and the other kids were recorded in the back, which is why we have the video. Same thing, the school don't want to talk to her. They're giving her, these piece of shit incident reports, excuse my language. And even with me, as I'm standing here telling y'all this, that is week 3, I have not one incident report. Nobody told me anything. I will say that I reached out to Julia Mejia, as well as Liz Miranda. Liz's office, Kevin, her chief of staff, did reach out and try to, push this along. Also, Brian's brother, Chris Worrell, he's been helping me out a lot. But even with these 3 people involved at a state level, again, I am baffled why BPS has all this money. And again, my daughter's right here and been out of school 3 weeks.
Thank you,
And whenever whenever BPS cannot assure her safety or have no resources, they're responsible for her education. So at this point, I want to know who I need to speak to, because my child should be in private school right now. She should not be out of the school, and this is the second time this happened. It happened the first time, now we're at it again, so.
Thank you, Monica. When maybe someone from BPS can connect with Monica after the hearing. With no further public testimony, just want to thank the panel, the whole district, my council colleagues, central staff, our Boston police officers, and my team for all your support and all your work. And with that said, the hearing on dockets number 0670 through 0678 is adjourned.